And we are live.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
We're not. Stop your lying.
I can't.
Impulsive liar.
Part of my nature.
Call the DM.
It's a part of my nature. I don't really tell the truth. I don't really lie. It's somewhere in between.
Oh, you're like that multiple-headed dragon that creates riddles.
Now that's just too tiring. That's too
It's
much
just
work.
A whole lot of sort ofs and maybes, and the players need to figure out which it actually is. Speaking of
That doesn't
players
sound fun.
figuring things out, how you guys doing?
That is
Great.
That is not
Yeah.
an apt description of us.
I'm tired, sir.
That's fair.
We're missing a Gnoll. We might have to go find it.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, but there's an option in this. Zarya's leader. If leader's gone, I'm going leader.
Leader's gone.
Leader's gone. I don't know what to do. I think our leader.
I think the panic is less the leader is gone and it's more the healer is gone.
The strange
That
mushroom.
too.
Report back to Zael. The strange mushroom druid has left us.
Strange mushrooms.
I don't have the strange mushroom though has my sending amulet.
Or plan B. Zael, we've lost Sarah. She had your bird box.
Yep. Plan B.
Only Zale knows the bird box is gone.
She'll find her.
I feel like that conversation would immediately be followed with, "Hey, Yith, I need 2 favors."
It's like, go find your damn druid. B, and find my bird box.
A is scry on the druid, and B is teleport me to the druid.
Oh, I don't know if
I
we
don't
want
need
that.
the druid. I just need the bird box.
And when said druid doesn't have said bird box.
No, at that point, Zael would be scrying on the bird box, which no one's tried yet.
Don't think any
True.
of us
I don't have scry.
I don't have
Yeah.
scry.
Do I look like a cleric?
Listen,
Magic? What is this magic bullshit?
listen
Magic.
here, Ixis. Don't you have that thing you can do?
No.
Our casting mage needs to do it.
The repercussions of losing that bird box are still yet to come. They were only momentarily delayed because the Tuesday crew did some very distracting things with a library, like immediately after you told Zael about that.
Momentarily delayed, aka Zael forgot about it.
Zarya's off doing her own thing right now, so we're safe. It was Zara who lost it, not us. Just throw her under the bus. There goes Zara.
So much for loyalty to the leader.
Hey, if Isa was there, she'd be loyal, but she's not there, so that's when
It's
she gets taken off.
starting to sound like goblin leadership.
I mean, if you never go find Zara, then that just means your group gets a new leader, right?
Oh.
Well, I mean, one
No.
of you. You guys have to fight over it. That's how this works.
I like the goblin way of doing leaders. Everyone else just steps back.
Yes. Or forgets to move.
A goblin leader does not step forward. Everyone else just steps back.
The one left sticking his finger up his nose, like
It's like, what?
Wait, what was
What?
happening?
Damn it.
You're in charge now. Oh, hell.
With that logic, it'd probably end up being Zeta, because she'd be like, wait, guys, what were we doing?
yeah, yeah.
I think Xena would make a fine leader.
We would probably be sent directly to our doom as soon as possible. But
New plan, kill the dragon.
yes, new plan. First the Colosseum.
We have received new
That
orders from the
spider.
matriarch. We must kill the dragon and
Which
the
Then
spider.
dragon.
Which one? Yes.
All the dragons. And with our luck, we'd find the biggest one first.
I mean, the world's short on certain types of dragons already, right?
This is true.
You're
Xena
muted.
knows not.
I
of
feel
this.
personally attacked.
You should.
No, the dragons feel personally attacked by you.
No, the dragons
Hey.
don't feel anything anymore.
Hey, we tried talking ourselves out of it. It's not our fault that that dragon was
Uh,
dumb.
It was a white dragon, wasn't it?
Yeah, it
Mhm.
was.
There's no saving from the 8 int of a white dragon.
Speaking of no saving against things, you guys had a few issues last session.
Feel attacked.
But the session didn't start off with you guys having issues. It was actually quite smooth for you guys at first. You continued forward through your day's travel, where we picked up at the start of last session. And I believe the first travel roll went quite well. It was smooth sailing. But on the last travel roll of the day, last or second to last, your travel was interrupted briefly by a concussive boom in the sky above you, which knocked some of you prone.
Yeah.
Xerax was quick enough to spot what he believed to be a closing portal in the sky. After giving it some thought, he made an educated guess that the plane that was on the other side of this portal was one of the celestial planes. Though you guys saw no creatures in the area, nothing coming or going from the portal, and no signs of anything on the ground or in the sky around you. But just to get a better idea of things, Xerax decided to use his detect portals ability and did indeed detect portals. He detected the residual, the fading energy of about 5 portals within 1 mile of you guys. There was one to the northeast, one to the north, and 3 below ground to the kind of southwest direction. After a bit of discussion about the implications of this, you guys decided to move on and eventually found a good place to set up camp, which you did so with the assistance of Yixis's tiny hut spell. After a hearty meal, everyone went to sleep, and Subira took the first watch of the night. And during her watch, she came across a familiar stone in the sand. And this was an echo stone, and on it was a voice that was also familiar to her. At the end of her watch, she awoke Zara. Yes, it was Zara. And during Zara's watch, much like during Iza's watch a few days prior, Zara spotted a torchlight on the horizon that was moving quite slowly. After approaching it, she discovered that the torchlight belonged to a very old but very buff-looking Gnoll, and invited him to the camp to stay the night. You guys had a brief conversation with him. It was in the middle of the night, so you didn't stay up too long. And you discovered that he was a smith of some sort, though more on that was to come in the morning. Xena was next up on watch, and she spotted some unnatural-looking snowfall several hundred feet out from the camp. It was detected only by the occasional flash of lightning in the snow clouds. And after Xena excitedly, I would say, woke up Iza to show her the snow, you guys heard a charming melody ring out through the air as you made your way back to the camp. The melody had an effect on Xena, and seeing the trouble to come, Iza awoke the rest of the group while Xena was under the effects of this melodic charm, causing her to travel northward. A fair bit of back and forth happened amongst the group, several of you also being inflicted by this charm's effects. Iza's shield was broken, and Xena knocked unconscious as a result of all of this. And at the end of it, after much of your resources were exhausted, there was just one of you that was still affected by this charm, and that was Zara. Zara decided to wild shape into a snake that allowed her to burrow into the sand and get away from you guys as Xerax was carrying Xena's unconscious body back to the camp. And we ended the session with Iza failing to find the burrow tunnel that the snake-formed Zara made as she traveled. And that's where we're going to pick up today, is all of you, except for Zara, now standing there in the dead of night, having just lost your companion. One of you unconscious, several of you depleted of your abilities and resources. It has been a long night, but it is up to you on how you want to continue from here.
Ethan's gonna start putting on her armor.
The first thing I'm going to do is we have someone who's unconscious. That was unconscious due to damage, correct?
Yes.
She was knocked out, so she's not. Yeah, so she's just unconscious,
Okay.
not.
Yeah, non-lethal
Yeah.
damage was done to her.
Okay, so we're going to start with a total of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 from a Cure Wounds.
Okay.
And you
back
know
up.
what? We're going to burn one more for another 5.
So, Xena, you kind of suddenly snap your eyes open to see Xerax standing over top of you, bringing life back into you. You can see that it is still nighttime, so not much time has likely passed since you fell unconscious.
So it was 14 and then, sorry, what was the other?
14 and 5.
Okay.
I am
That
I
may have been unwise.
healer, I am not.
And because you were knocked unconscious, the charm that was on you has faded.
Okay.
It was
Oh,
50-50. Either you were going to wake up or we're going to have to knock you out again.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh God, this could be bad.
What's, why am I on the ground?
We had to knock you out.
Oh, yeah. I'm guessing I remember that, right? DM?
Yeah, you do
Okay.
remember everything that transpired. The charm did not alter your memory in any way. It just
Okay.
gave you that compulsion to move forward, move to the north.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry about that.
The
Um,
unfortunate part is Zara turned into a snake, dove into the sand, and we have no idea where she went.
I might be able to help a little bit in that. And I'm going to go ahead and summon Eep
Okay.
and have her kind of slither out on her hand. So like, Eep, we're looking for Zara. She turned into a snake. She was heading north. Go see if you can follow her a bit and report back. And just kind of gently put her on the ground in the direction of north.
Okay.
Is Eep a snake?
She's a horned desert viper.
Love it.
Give me.
Does everybody have a pet snake? Do we all get one? Is that a new thing for our group?
Yeah, I thought of a snake well before Yixis. And then when he said he had a snake familiar, I was like, God damn it.
I was gonna say, did everyone here get Tamagotchis as well and just all rolled snakes?
Hey, I have
Superhero-
to summon mine.
Roll a
So-
d20 for me.
Just a straight up D20?
Yep. I will add the appropriate modifier here. This is for whether or not your snake friend can find your other snake friend.
Nat 20?
I
Nat
have
20,
passed
okay.
without. I also have passed without a trace up.
You sure do. So nat 20, that is a total of 21 on the snake's survival roll,
Okay.
which fortunately does not beat the roll that I had Zara do at the end of last session.
Damn it, Zara.
So your companion tries and is normally quite successful in this sort of thing, but so much time has elapsed and the burrowing of Zara did not leave a tunnel behind in the loose sand. So your snake friend fails to find any sort of trace of Zara.
I'll have her slither back up my arm. It's not your fault, Eep. Good job.
I would like to dig in my bag and pull out my sending stone, which I had given the pair to Zara at one point. And I'm going to attempt to make contact and be like, Zara, I'm coming to find you. I won't stop you if you want to go this way, but I don't think this is you. And she'll wait to see if anything comes back.
Okay, and Zara, if you have that sending stone on your person, you do hear that message. You are able to respond in your mind to it if you want to.
She doesn't say anything.
Okay,
I will
so
stop
Isa,
for a moment and look around to see if I can see Zara's backpack or anything else of hers.
you feel like the message was received,
Okay.
just not responded to.
One more. Put it back. Put the backpack on, and be like, "I'm going to find Zara," and she's walking north.
Okay, give me a survival roll.
Ooh, that's pretty good. Survival is an 18.
An 18. Okay, you know which way is north. That could have gone very badly if it was a low roll.
I mean, I hope I know which way is north. I'm heading north.
I mean,
Okay,
if all
so-
else fails, I would have gladly corrected you.
Isa begins to move north. What about the rest of you?
Xena looks at Xerix expectantly, needing direction.
We do have to find Zara wherever she may have gone.
Okay, so should we follow?
We should head north.
Should we tell this guy where we're going?
Is he
It would
awake
be
yet?
rude if we didn't.
He's still sound asleep, snoring very, very loudly.
I'm gonna try to wake him up a bit.
Gonna say,
he
leave him a note.
rustles and groans a bit. It looks like he opens his eye to look at you, but as you just watch him for a moment, you realize that he's still sound asleep, even with that eye slightly open.
Yik says, "You want to leave him a note or something?" I feel bad about just like bailing.
I was gonna say that Subir is already writing a note.
Oh, okay.
You just beat me to it.
Do we even know if he reads?
Valid question, but let's assume he does.
Good point.
I mean, okay,
I'll use small words. Just in case.
do the Gnolls have a written language?
The Gnolls do have a written language. It is very, very new. It just kind of surfaced within the last 100 years or so. So not
Does he
all
look like he's
Gnolls-
100 years old?
He looks like he's well over 100 years old,
Well,
that's
which
shit,
in and
still
of
our
itself
best bet.
is very,
You know
very
what?
strange.
Sabira, if you're writing the note, maybe add pictures. I've sometimes when I have a hard time reading, my buddy drew pictures and it helped remind me of notes.
Are there rocks,
I'll consider
Like-
it.
decent sized rocks around? Not like huge, but something
could
I
probably
could
find a
put an
few.
arrow in
Yeah.
the sand.
Yeah, you could probably find enough decent sized rocks for that.
Okay, do that real quick. And I don't know what else to do.
Looks good to me. Let's go.
Alright.
I'm actually gonna write that both in common and Gnollish, just in case.
Okay.
Who wants to lead the way? I'm a little worried about. Do you think it's gonna happen to me again? The take over my brain. It's very unglorious. I didn't like it. It itched.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, if it does take over your brain again, it'll at least lead you straight to it.
Yes. So maybe if it takes me over again, y'all just let it happen and follow. I can't turn into a snake, so I'm pretty easy to follow. All right,
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
we have a plan. And she'll start strutting forward, leading the group
Let's go north.
north.
Okay.
It's the other way. You're heading the other way.
Oh, right.
Other way. There we go. All right.
Glorious. Yes, thank you. This way to the fight that I'm sure is waiting us.
So during the time that is taken for Isa to send the message, get geared up, and start heading north, and then the rest of you to also follow north, Zara, you travel northward underground for quite a distance and eventually emerge from the sand on the opposite side of a very large dune from the direction you were coming. And you continue to travel from there for a few minutes before eventually reaching a figure. And what you see before you is a fairly tall looking humanoid woman. She has long blonde hair and long pointed ears. But what is unusual about her is that she has feathered avian legs and feathers protruding from her shoulders and elbows and forearms, as well as a set of very large white wings sticking out from her back. And she's looking at you with a smile on her face as you approach, as though she was expecting you. You can still hear that melody on the air around you, though it seems a bit quieter now. Not as though it's further away, but rather the tone has just been dropped a bit. And she kind of kneels down as you approach and looks a little quizzically at you, like she wasn't expecting a snake of all things to show up.
I think once she's close enough and in view, Zara's gonna drop the wild shape.
Okay. And you are compelled to approach her directly, to the point where you're only like 5 feet away from her. And once you reach that distance, she reaches out her hand and kind of cups one of your cheeks. She smiles at you. And now that you're right up on her, you can see that this melody on the air isn't coming from her, but it does sound like it's all around you guys. So there's potentially either something else that's making this melody or an ability of hers that is producing it. And she looks at you and she smiles. Oh, but you're just a little lost thing, aren't you? Can't say I was expecting to catch one of your kind. You have some unique abilities. Those could be useful to us. What else can you do?
Many things. I'm a druid.
Ah, druid. Are you able to create food and water?
If I take the spell during the day, yes.
Be very useful to us.
And I think
Come along then.
when she asks that, she's gonna hold up the good berries that she has. Because she did cast good berry at the night to offer it to the old guy.
Yep. And she plucks one out of your hand and kind of examines it a bit before popping it in her mouth and chewing it and swallowing. She looks quite pleased with the results. And she kind of steps to your side and puts one hand around your shoulders and begins leading you further north through the desert.
Somebody appreciates the good berry.
So at this point, I need a survival roll from Iza and a survival roll from Xena.
Dirty 20.
Not a dirty 20. Oh, majestic 6.
Okay. I suppose that makes sense because Iza did set out a fair bit before the rest of you.
And she would have been moving as fast as she could, too.
Yeah, I imagine you're dashing the
Yeah.
whole way.
Xena will stop, look a little lost, maybe glance back at Xerix. Maybe it was not a good idea for me to take the lead. Am I still going north?
That's a very good question.
Give me a survival roll to see if you know.
I tried to aid in any way.
We'll see how Xerix does with just a straight roll.
Survival?
Yeah.
13.
Yeah, how far
13?
off course have I sent us?
Not straight north, but it's still north enough that you aren't really off course.
I feel like the navigator, she would probably be like, no, over here, over here. Stop it.
Turns head sideways that way.
I'm sorry, I
Um,
probably cut you off, DM. What were you gonna say in response to my 6?
It- it's enough to keep going in the right direction.
Okay.
The DC for this is like super low because
Hmm,
you do have Iza's footprints to follow as well.
okay.
And Iza, with your 20, you do spot as you crest a particularly large dune that about 500 to 600 feet are two figures. One of them looks to have quite large wings on their back and is quite tall, and the other one looks like a humanoid figure. From this distance, you can't see too many details, especially at this time of night.
Like, roughly in the direction I'm heading.
Yes,
I'm more keep going.
and they seem to be at a walking pace going northward through the desert. And eventually, you do get close enough to them that you can see one of them is indeed Zara, and the other one is a winged figure of some kind. I don't know if you really know what it is. You can give me a history or a nature roll if you want.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You
So
may
it's a
have
4, which
heard-
makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you don't recognize the creature. You've heard a lot of tales about several different kinds of winged creatures in the desert, so there's no one particular type that stands out to you. All you know is that they have Zara, and they're moving away from you.
But Zara seems to be going, from what I can tell, her own volition.
Yes, Zara seems to be going of her own volition. There doesn't look as though there's been any sort of altercation between the two of them. Nobody has drawn any weapons. You didn't hear the sounds of any sort of fight. You don't smell blood on the air. So there's no hostility at the moment.
Do I seem to be gaining on them, or?
Yes, they're just going at a walking pace, and you, I assume, are still dashing.
Yeah. I'll probably get a little closer before I speak up, but probably when I'm within like 30 feet of Zara, I'd be like, Zara, wait for me!
Okay. And the winged woman and Zara both stop, and the winged woman kind of looks over her shoulder back at you. And about this time, the rest of the group also crests that tall dune and sees Iza shouting at two figures. So you can probably make the safe assumption that those are your companions. Well, as your companion.
Can we see this bird creature from this distance?
Not really at the moment.
Okay.
It'll be a minute or two before the rest of you are close enough to see. But
Okay.
Isa, you shout out to Zara.
Mhm.
Zara and the winged woman both stop. And the winged woman kind of looks at you, Zara, expecting a reply from you. Obviously, you seem to know this person that is now yelling at the both of you. So she's looking to you for a response.
Why are you following, Isa?
We've discussed this before. Wherever you go, I'm going too.
Do I see the rest of the group?
You do see movement far off in the distance that you can probably assume is going to be the rest of the group.
And the others?
Well, they were still talking when I left the camp. I wasn't waiting for them.
Last time we were near each other, you tried to stop me.
I had nothing to do with that. I tried to stop Xena. Because you told me I should stop Xena. If you say we should go this way, I'm going this way.
I'm just gonna look over to the wing figure.
And what can you offer us? Isa, was it? What skills do you bring to the nest?
I'm a
She
good
hits
fighter.
things.
Give me a shield, I help protect things.
We don't need fighters.
I'm also good at hunting.
You'll
Food.
need this one.
Hunting.
She's indentured to my mother.
Your mother? And where is your mother?
Let me know when we're in shouting distance. And I mean Xena's shouting distance.
Currently, the abyss, I believe, is where
What an unfortunate place.
she calls it home.
You're a Gnoll, aren't you? Isn't your creator a... When you say mother, what do you mean exactly?
The one who birthed me. What else is a mother?
Well, mother could be many things.
No, I was not created by you. That is what you were asking. I'm some, as others in the camp would say, a twisted abomination.
Isa will just snarl a little bit at the words. Not like hostilely against anyone, but she's not happy with the name calling.
My mother
And
is,
at about this point, Xena, you are in your shouting distance.
my mother is Zuckmoy.
I take my spear. I hold it aggressively. Looking at the strange figure, Xena shouts at the top of our lungs, "Give us back our druid!" She doesn't like this, whatever being this is. It controlled her head. She didn't like things messing with her head and taking their druid. It's not fun.
More of your friends are on the way, are they? What was your name? Zara?
Yes, the loud one is Xena. She hits things as well, but a bit harder than Isa does.
You have 5 seconds!
There are 2
They
Arcasted
won't.
mages with her.
Caused mages, you say?
Yes.
Well,
And then
perhaps we should meet the
Xerix.
rest of your group then.
Xerix,
5.
our ranger.
4.
At about this point, the rest of
Xerix,
you
what's after
are
4?
close enough to see clearly the figure that is standing next to Zara.
Xerix, what's after 4? The
5?
thing after 4.
5?
5.
Wrong way.
6. Wait.
Subira, you can't tell, but Subira is having like a
An aneurysm.
big headache right now. It's like twitch, just
Is those two like as the Subira and Yixis come into view, she points the two of them out. Those are the mages.
Interesting.
I am
And the
hiding behind
others?
Xena.
The others aren't going to cause trouble for us, are they?
It depends.
6.
We are a bit of a troublemaking group.
Why is that one shouting numbers?
2.
I think she's giving a warning before she attacks, but numbers aren't her strong suit.
8.
Curious.
Can I do a roll to see what this creature is?
You sure can.
Now that I'm close enough.
It would be history or nature for anyone that wants to roll.
Wow, history's better. Oh, just gonna waste all my good rolls now, apparently. That is 28.
28. Okay. It looks to be some form of harpy, but not the classical harpy that you're used to hearing about and seeing in the desert. Usually the harpies are a little more monstrous in appearance and quite hostile. They don't really tend to have conversation. They just attack and try and take what's, as far as they're concerned, theirs. But this one looks quite elegant and quite composed. And it's quite odd to see them having a conversation.
Is she related to the ostrich race?
You suddenly drop to 0 HP.
And everything's at disadvantage for the rest of the
Conscious.
night.
Hey, I just want to know if we're about to beat down on Callie's mom or something. I don't know.
Subira does not know about the Hargraven, so I will not answer that question.
I don't know. I've looked through tombs. Just see a raptor skeleton and it's actually her.
How far away are we?
By this point, you have approached to about 15 feet.
Am I inclined, like,
50 or 15?
15.
am I inclined
Oh, damn.
to like try to protect this harpy or?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
You are still under the effects of the charm
Mhm.
that is going on, but currently the situation is not a hostile one as far as the harpy is concerned. So
We'll let Xena count it once she realizes what numbers do. Or someone says go.
Why have you called for them?
4.
Why have you called out?
we just laid our net. It was you that stepped in it. And
Who
now
is
we
we?
have our prize. Me and my kind.
There are more of you around?
Always.
You
And
want-
what use do you have for your prey? Your prize, as you call it.
Well, this one here can create food and water. And that one there says she's a hunter. Those are quite useful.
They're ours.
Enslave?
If you want to cook, the one counting is very good at it.
I'm not
She makes
cooking for
yummy
that
meals.
bitch. She did funny, itchy things to my head.
Sina, what number were you trying to reach?
0.
Oh,
I think that's the one that actions come to, right? I just can't remember the number right before 0. Is it 8? I said it like multiple times, but it just didn't
1.
feel right.
It's 1.
1.
Didn't even say 3.
Okay. 1 and 5. Wait.
We will be taking our companion back now.
Yeah.
Your druid friend.
But she said she wants to go. So I was going to go with her.
She's under a spell, remember?
Are you sure?
not
Because she
her
doesn't
free
look to
will.
be.
I'm
I have
going with
cast
that.
It is
no
not of her
magic.
own free will.
It doesn't
She's
look that way.
Isa,
She's
that's
being
the thing that
compelled.
made our
I
brains
don't
itch.
understand.
That's yeah. I wouldn't expect you to.
Isa, that thing that made you walk away from the camp when you weren't going to? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, but now
Ducks
she's
back
here.
behind
She would have
Xena.
she would have done what she needed to do, walk north, and then it would have stopped. So this has to be her.
I say you either let us take her back, or we will be forced to use, well, force.
Are you sure that you want to go down that road? I mean you no harm.
They are a very violent bunch.
Then give us
I am
our
not lumped in
people.
with that. I am not violent. I would like to avoid violence because it is barbaric.
As would I.
I take offense to this. Battle and violence is glorious, and it is a prideful part of our heritage.
You are the epitome of our heritage, which I despise. Anyway, we will take
Thank you.
our friend back.
How
Is
about
there
this?
maybe a trade we could do?
I was about to suggest one.
Are you gonna
I-
offer the harpy Viagra as well?
Maybe.
I hear that the soft-spoken one here and the little one are mages. Am I right?
That is not the correct term, but
Our casted
Sure.
mage. Got our cast.
No, for the last
They
time,
cast
stop
magic, they're
from
mages.
cast.
Okay. So, how about this then? The druid and the two mages come with me, and the rest of you can go free.
how is
I
that
go-
a trade?
I go
That's
where the
not a
druid
trade.
goes. So
That sounds like a bad thing.
It's because it is. You are correct.
I'm open to counteroffers.
We
How about this in your face if you don't give our people back?
We take them, or we let the matriarch know you're kidnapping gnolls.
you let us walk and you can live.
Darth Mole, thank you for that 41-month resub.
Would like to be reasonable, but if we are going to go down the path of a show of force, I suppose we can, what's that human expression? Put all our cards on the table. She brings two fingers up to her mouth and lets out a very loud whistle. And after a moment of silence, after the whistle dies from the air, you hear the fluttering of wings. And you see from all around you, previously hidden from hills or hidden behind hills and dunes, there are 7 harpies, the type of harpy that you're used to seeing, that flutter up and make themselves known, as well as 2 quite large, well-armored and carrying quite large spears, harpies that flutter up kind of from behind where this harpy you were speaking to was standing. There's now a total of 9 other harpies present.
Xena would like to say, screw it, 0. And she's gonna throw her javelin at the one that's we've been talking to.
Okay.
She remembered the
Roll-
number.
Roll that
She
attack.
couldn't remember what came before it. So she just skipped
And
it.
here Xerx thought you were counting up to 10.
Yeah, I was like, you guys were giving her the next number up, and I was like, I thought she was counting backwards, but all right.
I mean, I knew she was counting backwards, but
She
I
doesn't
wasn't
know the
going to say
difference.
anything.
Xerx was also only
was too
half
funny.
paying attention to what Xena was doing.
Her intelligence
Also
is
fair.
very not good.
It's like Xena's shouting. It's like, what do you need? Sorry.
Yeah. So I'm doing javelin of lightning.
Okay.
And okay, dice, don't be stupid. Be good dice.
How long did it take us to get from our original camp to catch up to Zara?
Took 10 minutes.
Oh,
I'd say.
okay, cool.
Okay, I got dirty 20.
Okay.
Hit. Does it hit?
Let's see. Yes, it does.
Okay, and she has to make a DC 13 dexterity saving throw.
Okay. That is a success from her.
Okay, then she's gonna take half damage. I think I do the damage from the spear, the javelin itself too, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'll do that first. So that'll be 9 points piercing.
Okay.
Not halved, that fully goes through. And then this is the halved. So 23 halved to 11.
Yep.
Points of electric or lightning damage.
Okay.
And then she's gonna follow that up. Do it, or no, it's a surprise attack, right? So I only get the one hit in.
Yep.
Okay.
That is a surprise attack, and that is going to kick off initiative, I think. So I will move you guys over to a map here. Pretend it is not the camp map. That is the only night map that I have prepared.
How dare you?
You mean the camp we've been in like 12 other times?
That's the one.
Hey, if you
Nice
can
camp.
recycle maps, that just means you spend good money because you're reusing that map.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? The fact is, we're in the desert. It all looks the same anyways.
That is also very true.
Or
Yep.
it never
That's a
looks
lot
the
of
same
enemies.
because the sand shifts around.
Yeah. I plan to do the
Yeah.
same thing with my Icewind Dale campaign with the snow. So
I have a lot of ideas for really neat maps, but I mean, it's the desert. It doesn't really change.
And
Hey, you
no,
guys will
it-
see the same in Mass Effect too. All the buildings will be the same.
If you
It's all
want,
good.
Fox, I could send you over the desert tiles and whatnot that I have for the Saturday game.
I think I have them somewhere. I just haven't utilized them yet.
The other trick, Kiara, is you make a 40 by 40 snow map with sparsely placed trees, and then you just light up sections of it depending on what part you want to use on a given day.
it's a good idea.
I used to do it all the time because it's like, it's different, but it's more of the same, but the trees are in the wrong spot because it's a different section. And when in doubt, rotate it 90 degrees.
Perfect. What are you
Then
talking
nothing
about?
makes sense.
It's totally different.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to start doing that for the for campaign 3 because it's gonna be very snow based.
You've been all over the place too with like teasing what 3 is. I think you're just inspired and you're kind of like hopping all over like, ooh this, ooh this, ooh this, and I don't know what to expect.
I've changed it multiple times. But I've finally settled on a location.
Woo!
Until we crash a boat and transport the entire party halfway across the world.
Well, let's just put it
Yeah.
this way: a certain decision by a certain somebody may have effects on campaign 3.
Tickles?
I mean, I'm not. Ooh.
This is a little random, but I was just curious, and I meant to ask you before the game, but I was occupado. When we got the items back for everyone, does that mean Tyrus' stuff is back?
Yeah, it's Matthias.
It's like a
now-
Egyptian
now-
burial style. It just
Now a
goes with the
pile
dead.
of crap is just all around the shield.
I'm just gonna get looted so damn quick.
You assume the shield is still there and someone didn't take that already.
Oh, it better still be there. It's well, no one's there. Like, to be honest, it's
Yeah.
no one knows that it's peaceful again. Everyone's avoided it like the literal plague that it was. So it's good. Or Ash will go on a murder hobo spree.
Oh
I wanna
shoot,
see
my
Ash on
health
Murder
is
Hobo
still
Sleep.
bad. I just realized.
Oh,
Oh, yes.
fudge-sicle.
Oh yes.
I mean, I gave you
Okay.
healing. I wasn't expecting to go into war.
I don't have
This
healing.
is not good, guys.
You know
Got
what? You know what? I got you I got you.
I got you too, just in
Look,
case.
You could have just let Zara go off and be a harpy vending machine.
No.
Either would have gone with. I'll accept that fate.
I'm hoping to break this bitch's concentration so we could get our healer back.
You assume it's concentration.
That's what I'm hoping to.
So, you hurl that javelin, and it hits the mark. Though the harpy herself, it's as though she expected it and doesn't make too much of an effort to try and move out of the way. As the javelin strikes her and electricity courses across her body, you notice that she doesn't seem to flinch at the electricity, so it likely didn't do as much damage as you were hoping it would.
Sad.
And
Tear.
one of her personal bodyguards begins to step forward, weapon drawn. When they reach about here, when they get up like right beside her, she puts her arm out in their way and stops them. She looks at the group of all of you. It really doesn't have to be this way. I'm open to a trade. And the bodyguard stands down. And that brings us to you, Ixis. You are next on the order here.
What one where we all walk away from all of you?
If what you are offering is worth our time, I am open to anything.
What's worth your time? Maybe we have something.
Tell me what you have.
You got that javelin in you. Keep that.
It's a start.
Figure she already had it.
If you're looking for food, I got a box that makes food, but
Are we allowed to jump in, or is this just all Yixis right now?
Do you have any actions that you want to do, Yixis? Otherwise, we will.
I'll pull out 7 tiny crystals and a black pearl.
Okay. We will wait until her turn before we see the result of that. But that is your action to pull those out and present them to her. Xena.
Xena starts checking her pockets and saying again, you keep that. It's already over there anyway. Guys, I don't have a lot of, stuff. Oh, and she'll take out the 3 gold feathers that she has.
You're gonna give up your feathers?
It's okay. I mean, I was gonna make like a cool thing out of it, but these are really precious and very glorious. And you guys seem like you like feathers, so... And, yeah, she'll take out the gold eyeball. I also got an eyeball. It's really shiny as well. Also precious.
Make a persuasion roll for me, Xena.
All right.
Because you did throw the javelin, so.
Okie dokie. Well, that would be a persuasion roll.
Yep.
It's gonna be a 3.
A 3, okay.
'Cause I rolled a 2.
And the golden eyeball that's that sizable one that you guys got from the statue, right?
Yep.
Okay.
She's trying.
He is
Damn
trying.
it.
So I will start this off with an insight roll for her. Okay. So the harpy that is very clearly the leader of this group steps around Zara, around Iza, and around Sabira, down to Yixis. And she kind of gets down on one knee to examine what it is that you're holding out to her. Give me a persuasion roll, Yixis.
I like to use a reaction and Kali Ma her.
I mean, she's in the perfect spot for it.
Right. Kali Ma.
Okay. 18.
18, okay. So she reaches out one hand and like places it underneath your hands, and she uses her other hand to kind of scoop everything that you're offering into her hand as she pulls them back. And she smiles at you, and she reaches around to just behind her ear and plucks something, and then she holds out what you can now see is a pure white feather for you to take.
Hands trembling, but thank you.
Then she will stand up and slowly walk around you and around the rest of the group to approach Xena from behind. She places her hand on your shoulder, Xena, and looks at what you are offering her.
Xena stiffens. She visibly doesn't like being touched by this thing.
You feel the grip on your shoulder tighten, as if deliberately reacting to this stiffness that you have, this disdain for really this situation as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
And the harpy leader reaches out to pick up that gold eye. She examines it, looks it over, spends quite a bit of time looking it over.
We got it from a fine battle, mighty beast. Or being, or construct. I'm not sure what it was. It was big and strong, and we took it down. It's one of my favorite trophies.
She smiles at you as she tucks it away into her bag. And then she turns her attention to Subira. But Xerax is next on the order here. What are you doing, Xerax, as she's taking these offerings?
Have anything worth offering besides a smack upside the head? Since it looks like they're basically collecting trophies. Zerx pauses a moment, reaches into his bag and rustles around a little and pulls out a sealed vial and I have them marked and I don't remember what we killed for them.
What vials?
Well, no, I've got the vial, but there was also some very large talons from...
That was the thing that was chasing
they're marked as
character.
ostrich talons.
Oh.
think that was from like session 3 or something. You
Yeah.
guys came across some war ostriches, I want to say.
Mhm.
Either way,
Allie's descendants.
I present her with the vial and the 3 well taken care of talons.
Okay.
The vial is a vial of centipede poison,
That's right.
Oh.
Okay.
which might intrigue her a little bit.
So you offer those out, and Sabira, you see your companions offering items to this harpy leader of sort, and she seems to be accepting these trades. But you do have a moment now to offer something or take an action of some kind if you would like to.
Most of my trades and offerings are that of knowledge. And with knowledge, I may be able to offer up some other servants if you are searching for some. About a day's walk northeast of here is a group of gnolls that are traveling. They are of a unique variety. They may be of service of you there if you would like extra hands for your kind.
You would offer up your own kind.
I do not associate myself with those types.
But you are from the same tribe, are you not?
Unfortunately,
So you would betray your own. Interesting.
they serve a particular purpose, and with their old ways of our kind, if they would rather live in the old ways, then fine. Let them be servants once again.
So they are merely savages, then?
I would like to
You
think
would
so.
do away with them.
I would.
They are to the northeast?
About a day's travel. Maybe a little more.
I see.
If nothing else, you'll find a camp and follow their trail from there. They are not far.
I see. Zara, you still feel the effects of the charm. You are compelled to watch this play out. And as the rest of the surrounding harpies kind of close in a bit, more out of curiosity than anything else, the leader approaches you, Sabira, going around, passing by Xerax, as she does, and scooping up the offerings. She kneels down, or hunches down. She's quite tall.
It's okay, I'm quite short for a gnoll.
Yep. So you're now kind of eye level with her, Sabira. I will accept your offering, and I will let your druid go if you give me the name of your matriarch.
That is 2 offerings. Although, in a sense, I am offering more than just one. A whole hunting party. I think that would be suffice in itself.
But there is no guarantee that we will ensnare them.
Oh, trust me.
I do
You'll
not.
be able to. They are of the weaker mind.
I do not trust any of your kind.
I don't blame you.
And so a name.
But what I say is true.
Name is just insurance. What harm could a name do, after all?
Oh, names, just like many words, hold much power.
In the right hands. But I assure you, those hands are not my own.
Forgive me, but as you don't trust me and my kind, take no offense when I say I don't trust you and your kind.
No offense taken. But those are my terms. To get your druid back, I would like the name of your leader.
I'm actually quite fond of our leader.
Oh, I mean no ill will. I just like to
I
know
don't
who
know
I'm
that.
dealing with.
I don't know that.
I have offered your friend over there, the little one, the scared one, a piece of myself that is as good as a name in the right hands. You have your insurance, I would like mine.
This is true with certain powers and spells. Could easily just track you back down and do away with you.
Precisely.
And our matriarch is, well, quite powerful enough. She could easily handle herself.
I'm sure.
The name is Zael.
Understood.
Take that more of a warning than information. You would do well to heed it.
Understood. And Zara, in that moment, you feel the charm on you dissipate. The melody that was ringing around, or ringing out in the area, fades. And the leader steps back to her original position behind you. And her other bodyguard steps up to her other side, just in case anyone tries anything at the last minute.
As she walks away, can I actually try to snatch a feather from her as well?
Sure.
Like discreetly.
You can give me a sleight of hand.
Okay. So close to a natural 20.
Versus her perception.
That is a 24.
Okay. And give me a dexterity saving throw.
$18.
Okay. You grab onto a feather and begin to pull, and you feel a hand snap around your wrist, holding your hand in place. And the leader turns and looks at you. Don't be greedy now.
You just said that he got a feather. May I not have one as well?
No, you may not.
All right then.
She lets go of your hand. Do you let the feather go, or do you?
I let
keep
the feather
trying to
go.
pull? Okay.
Yeah.
Gotta ask. 'Cause
Yeah,
I know
no, that's fair.
Some people would yank it anyway.
Yep.
And so she takes her original position and she looks at all of you, and you are all free of the charms, and it appears as though they are letting you go. Though they don't seem to be moving from the spot that they're in, so you all get the idea that you are meant to leave the area rather than them leaving the area.
Xena grips her axe, but looks to the group.
Let us go back to camp.
I'm just looking at Zara.
You feel better, Zara?
Bit of
You yourself?
anger is now on her face.
Yeah, I feel that way too.
Let us go
We should
before
probably
trouble.
go.
Subir is going to start walking back to the camp. The direction of the camp.
As you guys begin to make your way back, you do hear the harpy leader call out one more time. Counting one. Don't forget your javelin. And you turn around and you see her holding the javelin, but she's not like holding it out to you. She's holding it quite close to her person, like come get type of thing.
Okay. And Xena will walk forward to take the javelin.
Okay, so you just reach out and take it from her.
Yep.
When you grasp it and pull it back, her grip on it is firm, and she doesn't let go right away
Growl.
until your eyes meet, and then she looks at you and just has a big smile on her face, and then she lets go.
Creepy. Growl. Turn and walk.
Okay, and you all can make it back to your camp area, assuming that's where you're going. Unaccosted, nothing gets in your way. The harpies do not follow you, as far as you're aware. Everything seems well enough.
Did we find our old camp in the blacksmith?
Yeah, I think you guys just follow your own footsteps back to where you came from. So I'm not gonna make you roll on that one.
Well-
Shuffle into camp and sit down and start doing the ritual for Tiny Hut again.
Yeah, there's about just under 2 hours left in the night. So all of you, except for those of you that don't need to sleep, and I believe it was Xena that was on that watch. The rest of you do need to finish your sleeping, but those two can stay awake.
Before I fall asleep, can I do an identify on the feather? See if something special pops up.
Yeah. Yeah. I will allow it. And I assume you're doing the identify ritual before the tiny hut, or are you doing it after?
I would do it inside the tiny hut.
Inside? Okay. So you bring up the tiny hut. Those that need to sleep, I assume, go back to sleep. And you identify the feather, and it is just a feather.
Okay.
Xena,
I'll go to
like,
sleep.
rage cleans her spear.
That's fair. I understand that. And the rest of your watch, Xena, goes by without issue, aside from the loud snoring coming from the one old Gnoll in the tiny hut. Sun begins to rise. All begin to awaken. We're greeted once again by the morning. You have finished your long rest.
When Xena wakes up, she'll see Subira just uncomfortably close staring at her.
You mean Zara?
No, Xena.
I wasn't
Xena,
asleep.
yeah, Xena didn't have to go back to sleep.
Sorry.
She was finishing her watch.
Yeah, it'll be probably Zara then.
Okay, so Zara, you wake up and you see Subira, like, in your personal space, staring at you.
Can I help you, pup?
Why do you call me pup? You assume I am very, very young.
And she points over to Yixis.
You're smaller than me. You're a pup.
I didn't know size was associated with age.
It's not.
I am just smaller. Means I am quicker and lighter to move around. I prefer it that way.
Can I help you?
Why do you think I need help? I'm only watching.
Why?
Because it's something to do. This group intrigues me. In a negative way, but I'm trying to understand it.
I see. So you watch us sleep.
Would you prefer that I watch the desert? The desert is the same.
I disagree. Us sleeping won't kill you. It won't attack you.
I am unsure of that. I saw the events that happened earlier in the evening.
And she'll get up and she'll walk away.
Awkward as ever. So, as you guys begin to emerge from the tiny hut, you do notice that the wandering smith has set up a campfire while you were all asleep, and he has several unidentifiable creatures on sticks roasting over the fire. He just seems to be chowing down on some breakfast.
Probably for at least a good while. Zara's gonna have a shadow. It's not very sneaky called Eva. Following her everywhere, like, don't leave me behind again.
Why is everybody so close to me today?
Don't stand. Don't stand so. I think we should eat and move on. Or whatever we do with this older Gnoll.
Give me a moment. I have 2 things I need to take care of. Now,
Alright.
I remember what happened, right?
Yes, you remember everything.
Okay. So I'm going to first use the amulet of sending.
Okay.
To once again contact Yith.
Okay.
This time around, it's gonna begin to focus and just say a strange harpy has the matriarch's name.
Okay. He responds in affirmation. Doesn't really say much more than understood.
Mhm.
Yith knows the potential implications of someone having your name.
And then once she gets the mental thumbs up from Yith, she's gonna do what she does every morning and do the and focus with the inner gate.
Okay. So you all see Zara do her what at this point has become a morning ritual as she sits down and the third eye mark on her forehead begins to glow as she goes into a trance. Zara, I would like you to give me, let's see, where is it? Give me a charisma saving throw, if you would.
Oh, that's always a good one. Oh, okay. I rolled a 17, so that is a total of 16.
16, okay. As you begin to go into your trance and feel that familiar sensation of being pulled up to look down upon the desert, it feels like you strike something solid as you're being pulled up. And you kind of turn to look, and you see a gaunt figure looking back at you, a humanoid figure. It's mostly bald, but has a large, kind of frizzled looking mohawk going right down the center of its head. And it has a big grin on its face. Like its mouth goes almost from ear to ear. It's quite off-putting. They're wearing some heavy-looking furs that match their hair in color. So perhaps it's actually a part of them and not clothing. And they laugh at you in a very jester-like fashion before booping you on the nose, and you go hurtling back down to the desert floor. And as you slam back into yourself, your eyes open and your trance is broken.
Okay, just give me a moment. I'm writing this down. All right, so like right as she's knocked out of it, she just quickly looks up into the sky, like trying to scan all around to see if there's anything like what she ran into in the vision. Just up there.
See nothing but clear blue sky.
Did this thing have wings?
It did not. It appeared to be a kind of male-looking humanoid figure with kind of greenish skin, greenish-brown skin, a lot of white markings across its body that almost kind of resembled like tribal-ish tattoos, and then the gaunt face and wide smile and curious laugh. You didn't get too much of a look at much more than that.
We may have trouble. Something is blocking my visions. By something, I mean someone.
Someone can do that?
Apparently.
Magic makes my
I
brain
was
hurt.
above the desert this time, and I was stopped. Something behind me, some strange looking mohawked humanoid, flicked me on the nose, and I came crashing back down. Had a strange laughter to it.
Can I do a history or religion? See if anything kind of comes to mind on that one.
Sure can. And Xerax, I would like you to give me a history roll as well.
Sure.
So Xerax does history, I do religion.
Sure.
Oh.
30-20 on religion.
I mean, neither of those are great. It's a 10 with a modifier of 0, so 10.
Okay. Yixis, nothing about this description really triggers anything in your memory. Doesn't really match anything that you've read about or seen yourself. Could just as easily be the description of any random humanoid with a mohawk.
Mm-hmm.
And Xerax, something about the description feels familiar to you, but can't quite put a finger on it.
Oh, is it one of those like nagging feelings in the back of my
Yeah.
mind? Oh,
It's like when you know the name for something or the word for something, and you hear it all the time, you say it all the time, but now right when you need it, you can't remember it.
I hate that feeling. You wake up 2 days later screaming with the right name.
Yep.
I think if we're done with this part, I think Yixis would go to the campfire and say to the old Gnoll, so why do you wander alone by yourself?
Well, I find that I travel quite a bit quicker without other people slowing me down.
Choke back a laugh.
Why do you all travel in a group then?
Well, the matriarch sent us out. Well, sent some of us out here, anyways.
I see.
What are you doing out here? Why haven't you gone to Riskcast?
Cool. What now?
Well, you haven't heard about Riskcast?
No, I cannot say that I have.
It's where a lot of us Gnolls are living now.
Some sort of settlement, then, I take it.
Yeah. You might like it there.
Perhaps when I was a bit younger, I would have cared for the company of others, but I find myself quite content to be alone these days.
Okay. Well, what do you do?
Well, I wander around the desert, of course.
That's it?
More or less, yeah.
Oh.
I also smith things here and there, weapons and armor and equipment of the like, but I like to think I wander first and foremost.
She's got a broken shield.
I
His
thought
ears
it
are
was a
perked up.
sword.
I got a bunch of this cool black metal. Maybe you can make something out of it. Xena takes all the 14 pieces of black metal and puts it on the ground in front of him.
You
I'll
just
take every step I take away from Zara. She looks back to make sure she's still there, and then takes another step and looks back. Just
Saber
tosses-
Throws HQ. Thank you for that raid.
But she'll take the three broken pieces of sword she has out. She goes, "How much metal do you need for a shield? My shield broke last night, and I need a new one. I'm very shield based."
well, I suppose some of the scrap there that one dropped off would do it nicely.
Cool. Glorious.
If you don't mind, Xena.
No.
I don't know
that's
what else
fine.
you might have wanted.
I also have this, and she takes out the bronze clockwork cat paw. I wanted to make some sort of menacing gauntlet with claws of gold out of this. You think you could, or brass, whatever this is. They said it was brass, but shiny. If you could do something cool out of this, that'd be cool. It'd be glorious. Don't know what kind of payment you would want, but
Suppose that such a thing would be possible with the right tools and perhaps a forge of some kind.
oh,
Didn't you say last night you have your own forge?
I sure do.
glorious.
Can we use that one? Because we don't have.
Or you're a smith as well. You can
No.
forge stuff. Oh,
No.
I see.
But I'm curious. Can I watch? Can I help?
Well, that all
I've
depends.
never
on
done it before.
What you're all asking of me. See, I'm not as quick as I used to be in my youth, and so it takes me a bit of time to craft things these days.
Should we just take a breather today, guys?
We've been kind of going at it pretty rough.
What?
We shouldn't stay still.
Well,
But-
I'm afraid my forge doesn't move once I put it down.
But cool stuff, Zara.
Zara, I need a shield. Everything I do is with the shield. I don't have anything I can do without a shield.
It's
At the
too
very
much-
least, long enough for the shield.
It's too much.
It's
for
okay. I don't need to
otherness.
ask anything.
Well, if I'm gonna be making stuff, might as well make some stuff for all of you. Should you
What?
want anything, of course.
But I don't know what you could even make me because I just use magic.
Well, I can make some magical items if I imbue them properly. Sometimes there's a bit of an accident, but we make it work, don't we?
I'm not a huge fan of staying, but if it will make the group stronger with our future endeavors, I still have this entire book to read and decipher.
Well, yeah, I can work on that too.
Well, if I were to make something for each one of you. There's let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There's 6 of us.
I think 4
There's
comes
6 of you.
after 2.
Does it?
It doesn't.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. No,
Yep.
he's counting just fine.
Oh,
Well, now I'm all turned around.
just start over. Just start over.
Like the sloth from Zootopia.
Sabir's the rabbit tapping her foot. Hurry up.
Wow.
God.
I reckon one thing for each of you should take me about 4 days.
We don't have 4 days.
But we can
Again.
loop back.
We can come back.
It's okay. I don't need anything.
Well, I could always come to you when they're finished.
How far away is it from our destination to this obelisk, if according to the map?
About a day.
Okay. We are heading westward. About a day's walk. We'll probably be there for at least a little bit. If you wish to meet us there.
If you had help, would that help you make them faster?
Well, in the past, when I've allowed others into my forge, help me with my creations, it usually slows me down, but I'm certainly willing to teach if you're willing to sit there and watch.
We should at least let Isa get a shield.
Or look at Zara for permission to help. She wants out. She doesn't want to leave the group.
We don't have time for this.
Just
We are-
let the.
Be what deadline are we on?
We are in
Let
danger
he-
if we stay here.
He's a professional, Isa. Let him do his thing.
I could put up the hut again. It wouldn't be any
I have a
trouble.
feeling the hut won't help.
How about
Wow,
we
you're
meet up
all-
again with you when you're done at a location of your choosing.
Does he have a way to get a hold of us?
What about those
Um,
stones?
Sure, I can track you down.
Well, I was just thinking we could stay for just the shield and then we could move on. That way
Well,
Isa at least has her shield.
make the shield.
Has your
with
scent on
help,
it.
Take about 2 days.
It's a fairly large piece of metal.
Isa
we go.
is
Little
going to be shieldless for a little bit.
Okay.
Would you like the great sword?
Sure. Why not?
While you're all discussing what you're gonna do, why don't I go ahead and get set up over here? Gets up from his seated position near the fire, and it takes him a while. He grunts and he groans. You hear his hip pop once or twice, and then he kind of shuffles off away from the fire about 30 feet. And he reaches up and he pulls the hammer-shaped earring off of his ear and mumbles something, and you see it quickly expand from the size of a small earring to a full-sized smithing hammer in his hand. And he raises it up above his head and slams it into the ground. And you guys feel the vibrations through the sand, even from this distance. And in front of him, the ground cracks and splits open, and a bright orange light shoots up from the cracks until the ground and the sand all begins to get pushed to the sides. And rising up from that area in front of him is a fully furnished smithing and tinkering setup. There's a high heat forge. There's tables with tinkerer's tools all over it. There's paperwork on shelves and in little cubbies. All of it is just completely furnished with the best smithing equipment you could think of, more even than you've seen in Wraith's Cast itself. And as soon as the motion settles and the smithing area is there in front of him, he walks into it and he opens a little box that's sitting on a table. And he pulls out of it a smaller box that seems to have a crank in the side of it. And he begins to turn the crank until it makes a loud clicking noise. And as soon as it does, he sets it down and opens the lid of this small box. And a little figure of a human pops up. And it looks like they are wearing a tight outfit that has a about knee length skirt attached to it, and it is like a pastel pink color. And they are outstretched with one hand in front of them and a foot out behind them. And as he lifts the lid, it begins to spin and make music. It's a
So-
music box.
Holy
We
shite.
just got a $250 Extra Life donation from an anonymous donor.
Jesus.
Thank
Holy
you.
crap. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for that.
Holy
So
poop.
much.
So generous.
I need to know if you want one of our bags.
They're
Yeah,
birdie.
we've got
You want to say it in private to me. If you want to
Yeah.
stay in anonymous.
we've got a little donation incentive menu as well for whomever donated that, to where you can choose various things off that list since you've got $250.
Wait, where is it? Where is it?
As Zorro mentioned, since you donated over $100, you can get one of these nifty raccoon dice bags that hold, was it 170 some odd dice?
Something like that.
Something like
I
that.
want to say 172.
175, I thought it was. Something like that.
I'll take the bullet and I will experiment just to double check.
Oh no.
Zoro's gonna
Oh,
take
no.
that bullet for everybody.
Just gonna buy 170 brand new dice.
Just do it.
Now we're talking regular sized dice. We're not talking mini dice.
Yeah.
Or
That's
these
okay. I only have
giant
like
ones.
5
But-
sets of those.
Whomever donated that insane amount, if you are in here, please send me, please shoot us a DM either in Discord or message me on what do you call it, Twitch.
What
There
do
you
you
go.
call it?
The thing we're on right now. And
Oh, I know who it is. Someone messaged me.
okay,
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Ask them what they want to do with it.
I mean
Who do
that's,
you want to torment with it?
that's technically 2 draws from a deck of many things.
That's not
I'm
a
just
number I
saying.
want to hear.
Yeah, that's scary.
Not with this
Deck of many
crew.
things. I love drawing from the deck.
Oh, while we wait.
With this crew, I think I'm actually a little bit more afraid of the nightly rolls.
Yeah.
While we wait to hear back from the generous donor if they want some stuff, can Xena get the attention of the blacksmith?
Yep, absolutely. He's just standing there at one of his work tables at the moment.
Wow, this glorious place. You really are something, aren't you?
Well, you're quite the flatterer, aren't you?
Do you think I could actually, after seeing your setup and realizing my axe is kind of a little damaged, you think you could make me a new axe?
I'm sure I
Instead?
could put something together.
You could even use that claw piece and maybe it could be just like decoration on the top or something, like some cool bronzy adornment on a cool black axe, the metal. I don't know. You're probably way smarter at this stuff than me, but I realized an axe is probably more useful to me than gauntlet. Thank
Well, I'll put a few things together and see which one is the most interesting to me. And move
Yeah, it sounds-
forward with it.
Sounds great. Thank you. I'm
Now,
excited. This is gonna be great.
Don't suppose you all have more materials with you?
Oh.
See, I've got facilities, but a bit light on the materials.
If it would help, I have some bone, if that would help.
I've worked with bone before. I can do some things.
And I will hand over the 4 large ostrich bones that we have.
I'll hand over the pieces of the hand axe that's in 3 pieces. I'll give him all of that too. Scrap metal anyway.
I can hand over one of my damaged dagger and then another full dagger. I have daggers.
Yeah.
And 1 long sword.
And he has that 14 pieces of the black metal already.
Yep.
And he has the 3 pieces of the sword that I found underneath the Coliseum.
Yep.
Whatever that was.
So.
And when I'm
got-
handing materials, I'm also going to pull out that food box that fills with food every morning. But like, this is for when you get hungry. It usually has food every morning. I'm going to pop it open and look inside and offer it to him.
Right, I guess it's a new morning, isn't it?
Yeah.
As soon as you open that box, the smell of freshly cooked bacon and sausage and eggs wafts out from it. And looking inside, you see 3 containers, each full with bacon, sausage, and eggs.
I'm going to look at it, drool a little as I'm offering it to him because I was giving it to him.
Well, that's mighty kind of you. Smithing is a job that makes you quite hungry, swinging that hammer around all day.
Yeah.
Makes
Appreciate you
sense.
helping us out. Give him the box.
So we've got, let's see here, a shield for you, an axe for you.
Shield could have some spikes on it. That would be awesome. But I don't know if we have enough material.
Spiky shield for you.
I tend to hit people with it, so
You see him writing notes as he's saying this, but his writing, it just looks like scribbles. Who knows if he's actually writing something down or if
he just
he's
thinks
a
he is.
senile old man. What about the other 4 of you?
I sent a quick message, by the way, to both Rojan and Fox in our group chat of the results of the donation.
Okay.
I know why you're laughing.
Yixis will step forward slightly. Again, I'm not really sure what you could make me that I could use. But if you think of something.
What do you specialize in, little one?
Conjuration magic?
Conjuration. I'll see if I can work something up for you.
I will say I dig this music for the for this distinguished southern gentleman Gnoll.
Yeah.
Pretty great.
Took me a while to find the appropriately ridiculous music for him. And you two, they're the slightly angry looking one there. Never did get your name, sir.
Zerax is my name.
Zerax.
Whatever you happen to have the materials left over for, in terms of weapons, would be more than suitable.
I see. Leftovers for you then.
Gonna get leftover food.
And you, ma'am, with the book.
Can you do any form of magic enchantments, or are you limited?
Well, I can't say that I've tried everything, but I'll give everything a try.
I love him.
What of divination magic?
Well, I've made a few pieces of divination enchantment in my time. You looking for something specific?
Yes, like 3 things. Yes.
You could say that.
I was run out before I could properly research this, but perhaps you may have some knowledge of this.
And she's gonna pull out her pouch of, oh god, I'm gonna butcher this name. Colosseed mana shards.
Yep. Coalesced mana shards.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you do anything with this?
Well, these here would make a mighty fine catalyst for enchantments.
Excellent.
Oh god, this whole time I was trying to choose between the 3 and I haven't narrowed it down. Oh,
Roll a die. Roll your d6 divided by 2.
I would like she's actually gonna take off her one of her arm bands, her arm jewelry,
Okay.
and she's gonna pass it to him.
I would like this enchanted, please. Preferably with...
Oh god, where is it?
Preferably with the divination commune magic.
Commune. You a worshipper of some kind?
I am.
All right then.
Much appreciated.
We can work with that. I'll try and put something together for you.
Thank you.
Now, what about you there, naked one?
I need an arm.
Well, I see that. You've got one there, though. That's one more than some, but several fewer than most.
I'm
Indeed.
sure.
But it can't be metal.
Why not?
I'm a druid. We don't wear metal.
I see.
Could you use something like this? And she's gonna pull out the jar that's got the 4 plant bugs in it.
I could give it a try. I will not promise you anything, but I will give it a try. Now, you want this arm to be functional, I assume?
Preferably, yes.
Understood. Anything else you would like this arm to do?
Surprise me.
Do you want it to have fingers?
I would, yes, please.
Right. How many?
She holds up her other hand.
Oh, this guy! I just want
This
3 this
many.
time. I just want
Yeah.
3.
Right. To match the one you've got. I understand.
I would have said 3.
Just want the extended nub, that's all. like a starfish arm. That's all
Why
I
do
want.
why do I have a feeling if I wasn't specific with him, I would literally just get like a bonsai tree for an arm or something?
Oh, I would have rolled dice for it.
Um, I should ask what that ornate box that the speculums came in. What was that made out of? The one with all the symbols all over it.
I believe I said it was wood of some kind. I don't know if I identified the type of wood though.
Okay, I just couldn't remember if it was wood or not. So I'm more transfer a bunch of stuff that I had in the stone box, the broken storm box, into there, and I'm more off of the stone box for Izo's stuff. Like it's not metal, it's hardy. I don't know.
Well, any bit of material that I can use is a bit more than I had. Like I said, I have the facilities, but I don't have any materials. So I've got to use what you supply.
But yeah, I'll drop off that stone box that we found in the Coliseum as well. Not huge, but it's something.
Now, in regards to payment for my services, I'm looking for something specific. A bit hard to get, but if you happen to spot one, I'll happily take it off your hands.
I think that's
Are
fair.
any of you an alchemist of any kind?
I dabble in it. What did you need?
I need as many of these as I can get my hands on. He opens up a drawer in the table that he's nearby, and he pulls out a fairly large potion bottle, and within it seems to be a almost pearlescent liquid that is constantly swirling and shifting within the bottle itself. This here is known quite commonly as a potion of longevity.
Oh, that sneaky bastard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that explains why he's over 100.
The more of these you can get for me, the more appreciative I'll be.
Where can we find these glass things?
Well, I
Liquid.
don't rightly know, actually.
Huh.
I usually have adventurers such as yourselves track them down for me.
What are the ingredients within one? Perhaps those might be a bit easier to find in between.
Well, I was hoping that one of you could tell me, but none of you are alchemists.
I'm an
Would I
herbalist.
be able to take a tiny sample to see if I can figure out what it is and made of?
A drop maybe won't hurt. Do be quite careful with it, though.
I hit
And-
something. Sorry.
I dip a claw in and actually I will take out one of the smaller containers from my alchemy kit. Usually reserved for holding something smaller and flatter, and put the
Okay.
drop in there so I can get a better idea and look at it later.
Okay. And I will give you detailed information on that when the time comes that you examine it. Now, if there's nothing else, sounds like you all were in quite the hurry.
Hopefully we run into these potions of yours.
But
Where
if you're
we're
not
going.
in a hurry, you could always stay and chat a bit longer, or perhaps opens another drawer and reaches in, pulls something out. Maybe play a game or two of cards with me.
We'll let you.
And
We should let him work, right?
Zara, you don't play very many
I know
cards,
where this is going.
but for some reason, you feel the urge to pull a card from the deck that he's holding.
Oh no.
Oh, that kind
She-
of cards.
She doesn't even question it.
I don't want to play
With-
blackjack with a
with-
deck of many things.
Everything that's been
The
going
dangerous
on
ones.
in the desert, she's just gotten to the point where like nothing could be any worse than what they've experienced so far. She's gonna go up and draw a card.
Should we take a break real quick if in case chaos ensues?
We will draw the card and then we will take the break.
Oh
Okay.
man.
So are you just drawing the top card, or
It's only one card, right? Because it's a single draw
Yep,
from the deck.
just
Many
one
things.
card? Yeah.
We have so it's fair. It's not like I'm stacking the deck or anything.
Did you take out the dangerous ones?
Yeah, I took out the instant death cards.
When you draw the card, send it to me in DMs.
Yep. And then let's just say this one.
Oh no. So nervous.
So Zara steps forward and almost on instinct just reaches out and pulls a card from this deck that the smith is holding on to and presenting to you guys. And on that note, we will go ahead and take our first break. Get up and stretch your legs, refresh your drinks, go use the washroom, do whatever you have to do. Don't just stay there at your desk, because it's not good for you. You should get up at least like once an hour.
Did he show it? I didn't see it.
Nope.
No, we don't know.
We'll
It's
find
not
out.
until we come back from the break.
Don't know.
I
I
sent,
sent,
suspense.
yeah, I sent it to you,
Yep.
Fox, though.
They're trying to give us all ulcers over the break.
Yep, that's the plan.
I mean,
So we will be
DM.
back in just a few minutes.
Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our gloria to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Okay, we are back.
Welcome back,
That music.
everyone.
It reminds me of Cruce's theme from Skyward Sword.
It originally was based off of the Goron City theme from Ocarina of Time.
Oh yeah.
But it's like a mishmash of that and several of the other Goron themes from several different Zelda games, but with like a tuba and stuff. So it's just awesome. So Zara reaches forward, pulls a card from this deck. And would you like to show everyone which card that you pulled? The
Like
key.
the key.
So as soon as you look at the card, Zara, it begins to fade from your hands in a bright shimmer of light. And as it does, you see it kind of reapparate at the top of the deck that the smith is holding out. And he looks at it a bit quizzically, as if that's not a normal thing for it to do. So let's face it, that's not a normal thing for a deck of cards to do. And he just kind of shrugs and puts it away and gets back to writing his notes. But you, Zara, you suddenly feel a weight at your hip. And you look down and you see something that wasn't there before. It is the handle of a sword that is currently sheathed. And you didn't have a belt before, I guess, so you have one now, and it's attached to it. And at first glance, it looks to be a scimitar of some sort. And the handle appears to be made of some sort of dark brown bone-like material. Pulling it from its sheath, you see that the blade is made out of a stone. It's almost like a quartz type stone, but instead of whites and grays and veins of crystal running through it, it seems to be primarily a bright white stone material with veins of dark red running through it. And what you can add to your inventory is a scimitar version of the 9 Lives Stealer.
Ooh. Got a 9 live stealer?
Yeah, it was a
Whoa.
real damn good roll. And as you're looking at that, the smith seems to be shuffling around his notes and desk area, and eventually pulls out a heavy tome and kind of slams it down on the desk. Well, less slamming it down, more putting it down, but the sheer weight of it makes quite a hefty thud, and like dust billows out from underneath it, and he blows dust from top of it and wipes it off. And then he carries it over to you, Sabira. You seem to be the type to do a lot of reading in your travels. Perhaps you would like to take this book with you. It is quite large, and I have already read through it once. I don't rightly feel I'd gain anything from reading through it again.
She'll take it and take a look at the cover.
And there is nothing on the cover. It is smooth, dark brown leather. There's no writing on the spine or anything. But as soon as you touch it, you know what this is. And it's quite surprising to you that he would just give it to you. almost as though he was compelled to. And what he has given you, and I'm quite jealous of this, I want all my characters to have one of these. He has given you a manual of bodily health.
Ooh. That's a good one.
Yeah, it is. So what this does is if you spend 48 hours over a period of 6 days or fewer studying the book's contents, your constitution score will increase by 2, as well as your maximum for that score. After that, the manual loses its magic, but will regain it again in a century.
Oh, snap.
Dang.
That's cool. Well, and it's a good thing I don't sleep either, so shave down that time a little bit.
Yep. So those were 2 things from the amazing donation to Extra Life that we got earlier.
Yeah, seriously.
There is
thank you
one
very
other
much.
thing. There is a raccoon visit that is yet to come. However, I will need to take some time and think that over to create something for you guys. I am quite envious of Rojan and his ability to come up with magic items on the fly as he does. I do not have that ability, so I need to take some time to come up with things. So that will likely happen next session.
'Cause I still haven't given you guys the one for Saturday yet. I completely forgot about that one.
You got busy.
Yeah. It's okay, you got 2 weeks to think of it.
I already have it. I just forgot to give it to you guys.
Oh.
We were too busy yelling at each other. It's okay.
No, it's okay. The next episode's more of like, hey, we got chores, prep, and then fast forward. So plenty of time for us to get a visit. You're muted.
Sorry. The next episode is simply going to be the group tearing itself apart. No biggie.
Yeah, it's pretty common for this channel.
It wouldn't be
Say?
fun if everyone got along.
That's boring. That's so cookie cutter. Who wants that? We love drama. So she'll go ahead, and after realizing what it is, she'll look at him and kind of give him a little head nod and
Thank you. This is most generous of you. I promise to put it to good use.
Like I said, I've already read it once over, so figured I'd pass it along to someone else.
Thank you very much.
Quite welcome. Now, seems I've got a fair bit of work ahead of me. I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Begins to drag all the scrap metal over to his workspace and arrange things and prep his forge. You guys are now free to do whatever you would like.
I love him so much.
Shall we continue to the west?
Sounds like a resounding yes.
Zara?
Mueller.
Stop
Mueller.
looking at me.
Yeah, everyone looks at Zara.
I was gonna say, does everyone look at Zara? And she's like, what the hell?
She just shakes her head and starts walking west. Whatever. Just go.
And Ethan's not far behind you.
He's just flat tiring Zara the whole way.
Pretty much.
So it sounds like Zara is leading group for the first trek of the day.
Yeah.
Reading the book.
You know what? In honor of the extra life donation, I'll roll the extra life dice.
Yeah.
Before you roll, really quick, who's gonna be hanging out in the back of the group?
Xena.
Okay, so right before everyone starts moving, she's gonna go ahead and she's gonna have her tent out, and she's going to tie one part of the tent to her tail and tie the other part of the tent to Xena's tail. And she'll look over as she spreads out so they're kind of evenly apart.
Don't walk too far ahead or just suddenly run off. I am attached to you.
What? Why are you attached to me?
We are still quite close to those bird harpy-esque type of people.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case they follow us by mere foot tracks, I would like to cover ours.
Oh, clever. Yeah, sure, whatever.
Just don't suddenly run off, and if you do, just untie. Just please don't. I don't want to be dragged, please. For the
Just
love
the-
of whatever god you worship, please don't.
I will attempt to remember.
The
But if
exact
there's an
opposite.
enemy, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do.
If there's a dragon, she's gone.
Exact
Then going
opposite of
forward-
combing the desert.
Going forward, she will not only check to make sure that the tracks are being somewhat covered, but at the same time, check her posture. So if I suddenly see her run, I want to untie my own tail.
Okay. Give me a perception check, and we'll carry that through the check for the day.
Okay. What's my perception to? Oh, 14.
14. Okay. Noted. So, Zara, you are leading the group into the desert ahead of you.
Yup.
Which of your very reliable skills are you going to be using?
The only one that fits in this sense, survival.
That's fair.
Okay. 12, 7, 19.
19. Okay. And
And then
percentile.
percentile. 68.
19 and 68. Okay. You lead the group forward with the assistance of Sabira's ingenuity. You notice that you are not leaving behind tracks that would be easy to follow. Maybe a skilled tracker, a skilled hunter could pick up on something, but chances are you're going to be fine from anything or anyone trying to tell you. You move forward through the desert. Sun begins to rise in the sky. Not a cloud in sight, except for off in the direction where you guys saw the snow the previous night. There is still a a collection of clouds over there, and it's quite dark in that area, so it's likely still snowing over there. But the cool breeze that you felt the evening before no longer present, and your trek forward is quiet and swift.
And as we
I should change the music. You're not near the smith anymore.
Also,
Sorry,
I was enjoying it.
Yeah, I love it. It's just
as we approach the end of the first trek, I'm gonna cast Druidcraft to get the weather report.
okay. So for the next 24 hours, you see that familiar orb of light representing the sun appear, and some pretty light clouds seem to move in around it. So it's going to be slightly overcast within the next 24 hours, but nothing to worry about.
Okay. And if nobody has any objections, she's just going to continue leading everyone on.
I hear
Right.
no objections.
Yeah,
Nope.
Subira is still in the back making sure that they're, and she's only doing this for a day, so she's gonna hang out the back still.
Okay.
Okay.
Gonna continue on with survival.
All right.
18 this time.
18. Okay. Still pretty high.
45.
18 and 45. Okay. Your smooth trek forward continues for another hour and a half. You feel like you're making pretty good time. You traveled quicker this morning than you had expected that you would, so perhaps you're a little bit ahead of schedule right now. And you feel like you're on pace to do the same into the afternoon. But you're suddenly stopped in your tracks when you hear far off in the distance to the northwest a very loud animal noise. Would you give me a perception check to see if you can identify enough of it to really pick up on what it may be? And this is at advantage because you're
at advantage. I rolled the same number, so that's going to be 12.
12? Okay. You can't quite pick up on what it is from where you are, which at the very least tells you that the source of this noise is quite a distance away. Your kind, gnolls, and the kind that you come from, hyenas, are known for being able to pick up the sounds and signals of each other and other animals from distances reaching even like 10 miles. So whatever the source of this noise is, it's probably at a distance such as that or beyond. Feel like if you continue forward and the noise continues to happen, you might be able to get a better gauge of what it is.
Okay.
Do you alert the rest of the group to it?
I'm gonna kind of like hold up my hand and specifically look back at Xerix. You hear that, right?
Do I hear that?
Your passive perception is higher than 15, right?
16.
Yes. As soon as it's pointed out to you, you hear the noise.
Is it a noise I recognize, though?
Give me a perception roll.
5 different dice so far have rolled 7s tonight.
Aren't you supposed to do that at advantage?
Yes, it is at advantage.
That's a nat 20 on the other dice for a total of 26.
Okay, give me a history check at advantage.
History. 8.
8. Okay. So you stop for a moment and you listen to the noises. They're being carried across the desert. And you recognize them. These are animalistic noises. Specifically, the sound of animals fighting. And one of them specifically you pick up on because it's a sound that you have heard quite recently. It is the sound of the Shisuva. And it seems to be engaged in combat with something. And from the sound of the yelping and the barking, whatever it's fighting is holding its own against the Shisuva.
Suba's the scary thing.
That would be the one. The
That
scary
helped us,
thing.
yeah.
Yep. It's the thing that kind of stood back from your camp and protected you from the constructs that tried to assault you while you slept. And I would like you to give me one more roll. Give me a nature roll. Also at advantage.
Nature advantage is 19.
19, okay. So you've picked up on the sounds of the Shisuva, and you stand there for a moment longer trying to identify the sounds coming from whatever it's fighting. And then suddenly it clicks in your mind. Those other sounds, although very similar to the Shisuva, you are almost certain that they are coming from a wolf-like creature or a dog-like creature, some sort of canine. And that tracks with what you guys have been coming across as you've been moving through the desert. thinking back to those large paw prints that you saw in the sand as you passed through the camp that you got the cookware from. It is quite a distance away. You would estimate probably 6 or 7 miles from where you are. But it is very clearly the Shasuva engaged in combat with something that can match it toe to toe.
Dungeon Knights, thank you for that raid. Everyone, welcome on in.
Part of me wants to go to help it. Oh.
You're confident that if you wanted to ignore it, you could. You wouldn't have anything to worry about. You are far enough away that even if the Shasuva were to fall, whatever it's fighting probably wouldn't find you guys.
I don't know if I like the sound
And
of that. Probably.
one more time, is it coming from ahead of us, or
It is coming from the northwest.
which is not the direction we're going, because we're going south, correct?
We're
You
going
are
kind of like
currently going.
southwest-ish.
Yeah, you're going like west southwest.
Okay. Look to Zara. Do we go help?
No, if it dies, the better.
Cold.
She doesn't like the shashasha or shishuva or
Usuba.
shish
It's not
kebab.
going to stop following you until
Fluffy.
you pronounce its name correctly.
Well,
Fluffy.
it's gonna be following us for a long time now because I can't even pronounce my own NPCs' names.
We should help it. It helped us.
Let it die.
Plus, that battle
Palindrome.
sounds glorious. Don't you want in on that?
Let it
Kind of
die.
out of the
We
way.
have other tasks.
Oh.
Sure, if it took a chance, it would probably kill some of us.
What is the creature?
It's one of Yanoyu's puppets.
We should keep going.
Xena's tail, with even though it's still tied, it tries to tuck between her legs. Her ears go down.
You're like amongst the club of you haters.
Yeah. She wants to go
Yep.
fight so bad.
All right. Third leg of the journey.
Yeah, if
If-
you guys are opting to just continue on your path, you can either continue to lead Zara, or if
Yeah.
anyone else wants to volunteer.
Now every time I use the same skill check, the DC raises, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So let's this time around go with let's do nature.
Nature? Okay.
Mhm. And is this at advantage?
It is not unless you would normally roll it at advantage for
Okay.
any reason.
If you want somebody to switch off Rogen, we can.
That'll be 13.
Okay.
And a 36.
13 and 36.
Sound
Look,
like great
I
numbers.
like the sound of those numbers.
Look, I'm just going on and assuming the role of leader since it's been thrust upon me. So unless somebody else volunteers to lead
I was
the
going
party.
to, but I have a task I'm completing for just 24 hours.
I would, but Isa wouldn't do it unless Zara told her to.
And Xena just wouldn't lead. Not unless there was something to lead to that she liked.
Well, we know what happens with Xena when she leads. She
Fair.
goes towards
Zoomies.
battle.
Zara, roll a d6 for me if you would.
Sure.
No. That's how many people are here.
1.
Look.
1, okay. Isa,
Mhm.
roll a charisma save for me, if you would.
Why? Why would one set? No.
Look, better you than me. I've got
I
an
rolled a
8.
9 for a total of 7.
Okay,
9
maybe
for
not
a
better
total
you
of
than me.
7.
No.
Okay. So
Oh no.
you continue forward for another 10, 15 minutes. After that time, the sounds of battle between this Shasuva and other creature fade away. So their battle has likely finished. Hard to tell what the conclusion was. But once it's faded, you go back to feeling content with the direction that you're headed in, much like your first trek of the journey in the day. Things go smoothly, things go quietly. Nothing finds its way in your path. Nothing bursts out from the sky. The ground does not open up beneath you. You just continue trekking for 2 hours. And that end of the journey comes to its end. You do have one more trek for the day, if you would like.
Unless somebody else volunteers, she's going to keep going on.
Can I navigate from the back?
Backseat drive?
Yeah.
I feel like that's a very Sabira thing to do, so yeah,
Going the
I'd
wrong
allow
way.
it.
I was also going to say, Yixis wouldn't offer to lead. He'd have to be asked to lead.
Sheeple. You're all sheeple.
Everyone
Zara
looks to the
is
leader to
leader.
get, yeah.
Sabira's eye is twitching because
So-
she's like, oh god.
So if Sabira is backseat driving, do I get like advantage on whatever roll I'm going to do?
Nope, I'm going to have Sabira do the rolls here.
Okay.
Zara, you are in front of the group, and from an outside perspective, it looks like you're leading the group. But Sabira is in the back shouting directions at you. So
I swear to
Go
God,
left.
I swear to God, I'll turn this car right around. You won't get Disneyland or McDonald's.
let me know what skill you're relying on for these directions that you're giving.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my navigator tools.
Okay.
These dunes look suspicious. Roll them up.
What
Roll 'em
skill
up.
did we have you roll last time you used those?
Oh god, I can't remember. I think it's intelligence based, but I don't think I
think
rolled
so.
intelligence. I don't
Um,
remember.
Let me take a quick gander at your character sheet.
I actually don't remember.
Let's go with intelligence on this. It seems like
Okay.
an intelligence thing.
Okay.
So you can give me that intelligence roll with the proficiency bonus of the navigator's tools.
Okay. It's 15 plus 6. It's 21.
21, okay, and follow
And
it up
then
with a
percentile?
percentile.
Got scared at first. I flip flopped that in my mind. 82.
82, okay.
I'm like Jedi mind tricking Zara to be like, go left, go left.
And your Jedi mind trick pays off. It's almost like you're drawn to this specific spot because you keep coming across things that belong to whoever passed through this area. As you're walking through the desert, you happen across an old campsite, but not too old. The fire pit in the center of it is still warm, not giving off any smoke or anything, but it's still warm. And looking around the area, as you approach this campsite, you see a lot of footprints from a humanoid and from some sort of very large canine-like creature. The camp is a lot more, a lot tidier than the first time the rest of the group came across a camp similar to this. There wasn't a battle that took place here. Whoever stayed here had time to actually pack up their stuff. But there is still remnants of their presence here. And Sabira, once you reach this camp, you have a quick look around the perimeter, and you find, kind of half buried in the sand, 2 familiar stones. They are small,
Lecter.
red in color, and you
Okay.
recognize them immediately as echo stones.
She is going to very excitingly pocket those. So when
Okay.
they rest for the night, she will go ahead and listen to them later. So
So you do know that these typically activate the moment you touch them.
oh, that's true. Probably to avoid that, she'll go ahead and kind of take her little skirt and kind of scoop them up and put them in her bag.
Okay. So all of you, as you're roaming around this abandoned campsite, you see Sabira kneel down and scoop something up without touching it and putting it in her bag.
Wait, touch it.
Yixis, you know that these are the actions of somebody that doesn't want to touch a thing that could possibly do a thing to them. You know enough about magic and magic items to know what that motion looks like.
Oh, we'll have a talk later.
But
Bring it on,
other
pup.
than that,
Since Xena's attached to her, I think she'd probably look over, be paying close attention, without meaning to. So Xena just be like, "Why'd you do that?"
Research.
Okay. And then she'll keep walking.
All right.
Look, the beer is weird. She does weird
You
things
could
all
have
the
said I
time.
found a turd, and Xena would be like, "All right."
Yep.
Makes sense.
Why would you pick up a turd?
Carry on.
There. Whatever weird magic shit.
She's like, "Oh, book shit. Pff, I don't care."
I
Or
can't-
floats your boat.
I can't kill with my axe. I'm bored.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so looking around the camp before you guys continue on with the rest of your travel, you don't see anything other than that. Like I said, it looks like this person actually had time to pack up their stuff for once instead of being accosted by some sort of skeletal creature with a scarf.
Don't know what I'm talking about.
Kelly. Live on.
So the only thing to really find here was exactly what you found, the 2 echo stones. You do note, however, that the humanoid footprints continue southward from the camp, and the very large canine footprints move northward from the camp.
Real quick, Xena would probably not notice this, but would that be in line with the same direction as where we heard this Shisuba having a battle?
Yes, it would.
Interesting for people that are not Xena.
Is that a pigeon I hear?
In Subira's defense, she met you guys right after the Shisuba, so she doesn't know what it looks like. She doesn't know. Well, she knows of it, of course, but she's just like, I don't know.
It's definitely something that Xerax would pick up on. He's like your resident. Well, he's your resident ranger.
Indeed.
He uses one here today. It's where is Zara?
I mean, as long as it's not us personally being in danger, I'm not terribly concerned at the moment.
Weren't we actively at one point trying to follow this person? And we've picked up the tracks again?
You were actively trying to follow them at one point, yes.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I think
Out of
it was
curiosity.
because- It was because we thought they were the person in danger, though.
Mm-hmm.
And we ended up
Yes.
finding Sabira, so she was the person in danger, not this other people that we just ran into along the way.
That is
So-
correct.
We weren't technically searching for them.
Well, we
were at the same
were, but
But the
because we were
reason has been
misinformed?
I mean,
Yeah.
some of the mages may be interested in following them, but some little mage needs to speak up about that.
It is worth noting, and perhaps Yixis is the only one that would put this together since he's been there for all these encounters. Anytime you've come across an area where this person seems to have been, there's always something magical going on, whether it's an enchanted frying pan or a couple of echo stones or some weird weather. There's always some sort of magic connected to this person's presence.
This is also
Point out all
Sarcastic.
these things
They're probably an Arcastan mage.
in Yixis' voice.
And if it's an Arcastan mage, it's gotta die.
If Zara said so.
I get to kill it.
Glorious leader has determined that all Arcastans must die on sight.
Who
Well,
will
what does that mean about the
fireball
pup
you.
that practices Arcastan mage? I'm very confused about this one.
He gets a pass because he looks like a Gnoll.
Okay.
Fireball you all.
Family.
oh, which breed of fireball are they all the same?
Yixis only has the one, so there you go.
So do we have one more traveling, or are we setting up for tonight?
So
That-
Yixis will point all that stuff out. You know, maybe we should find this person. We've kind of accidentally been following them for a while, and Xena, I think that person was the original owner of your frying pan, and
I can't have it.
I wasn't.
It's
saying-
mine.
I wasn't saying that they could.
Dina
I'm not
burns
giving
the
it back.
Frying pan menacingly.
I'm also not giving back the rug we got from him.
So,
the
at the
box.
mention of the frying pan, now that it's been said out loud in Sabira's presence, Sabira, you make the connection of them coming across a camp that had potentially a magical person in it, and they stole some cookware from that camp. You have an echo stone from someone that talks about Gnolls maybe stealing their cookware.
Just gonna just slowly look over at Xena and be like, that's why someone of that intellect makes great food.
I made great food without the pan. Thank you very much.
You don't know that.
I can confirm that.
All of her food has been delicious this entire time. We only
She's
found this frying
actually-
pan not long ago.
She's actually going to take out her journal and start writing in some notes about that connection.
Xena mumbles to herself angrily about how she's a good cook. How Sabir doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. How she picks
I was
up
thinking.
random
I'm sorry.
stuff
I
on
was
the
thinking
desert.
that. I didn't say that out loud. I was
Oh,
thinking
Okay.
okay.
Oh, okay.
Whole different.
Fox, important note. Are we back in? Because I know we've been in Nope Land Desert where nothing grows. Are we back in a foliaged enough desert area that I can start digging for herbs again?
Yes.
Okay.
But,
I was going to
mean,
make
guys,
that answer more complicated, but it's yes.
we keep finding this person's stuff. At least I think that this person's stuff, and he'll pull out the 3 blank echo stones that he found.
Are you implying that they have more magic items that we might be able to acquire?
So you got rocks. Big deal.
Wait, where did you get those? Where did you find those?
I mean, they're all over the place. It's a desert. Sometimes there's rocks.
Hard to find the shiny red ones though.
I don't
How'd you get them so
want
shiny?
I don't want to take their stuff, but I could learn from them, and I could learn more useful things.
Do those talk to you? Are they recorded? Tell me,
No,
Pop.
No, they were empty.
They must have dropped them so they can record more later.
They dropped them because they're rocks.
We'll talk later. Come to my tent later tonight, Bub.
Xena, just
Oh, and she'll like nudge.
so Yixis was about to say something and just
Isa, you were right. You were right.
I mean, Should we let them be in a tent alone together now that we know this?
Yeah, we'll
That's-
take
that's
a real
information
deep
for
den
Jeff.
tonight. Leave you guys some private time.
Somebody need, like the rest of the group, gonna have to drink some sleepy time tea.
A couple of us would at least have hung out with Yith enough to maybe have procured that recipe. Maybe.
Possibly.
Look, Xena,
Hmm?
just understand that just because you don't understand how something works doesn't mean it's not valuable in other ways.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Mhm.
Like, I don't know how to use that, pointing at her axe, but it's obviously very valuable to you,
But yeah, I mean,
and it's useful to you.
yeah.
Things like this are useful to me.
Dina, I think you hurt his feelings.
So the
No, I'm
rocks,
just trying to help her understand.
the rocks are your axe.
In a way. It's close enough.
All right, man. Sounds good.
It is useful to us as the axe is useful to you. That alone should at least help you understand.
Yeah, I mean, I'll find all the rocks you want.
Just the ones specifically that look like those.
Oh,
Spirit,
okay.
just say
Okay.
thank you. Just say thank you.
No, if
You don't
she
need
is
to confuse
capable,
the issue.
if she is capable of finding these specific rocks, whether she understands them or not, I would greatly accept them.
I mean,
Yep.
yes, I would too, but no need to confuse the issue. It's okay.
So it's valuable rocks.
Red stones that look
it.
exactly like that.
Yep.
But you know what's even more valuable?
Hmm.
Knowing how to make things like this. And this person probably knows.
So what
Like
you're
the
saying
blacksmith?
is we capture them and we
I'm
take them back
not
to
saying we
No,
capture
no,
take
them.
them
we
back
don't-
to
no.
Zael and put them in the
No.
room that elf is in who's making the coin so they can make stuff for us.
It's a good idea.
No.
That's the
Great idea.
Very Gnoll
Of
thing to
course,
do. I approve.
Zara came up with it. Zara always comes up with good ideas. That's what she is.
I
Yep.
mean, that right there can end our journey if we bring someone
Yeah.
like them back.
This I have been questioning my last 72 hours with this group. Why?
No.
Why?
They're more likely to give us more freely if they're our friends.
I don't know. The threat of death tends to be quite an incentive.
Yeah.
To run away and to hold on to what you have for the sake of survival.
Have you seen
You-
the elf
You know,
back at camp?
Yes, and it's horrible.
it looks like the big dog tracks went that way, so she might be alone right now without her protector.
I
That's true.
don't want to attack her.
All right, we'll try the friend thing first.
look,
I'm cool with making new
we
friends.
only have to attack if they're from Arcastus. It's a rule.
If they attack us, then all bets are off. But
Your logic is a little flawed because if you attack them because they're Arcastans and yet you keep calling us Arcastan mages, why not attack us?
Because you're Knowles.
I don't have any problem with any of that. I just if they try to attack me, it's over. If they try to talk smack as well, glorious.
Calling you
Well,
Axe.
Arcastan.
I'm,
Logic is terrible in this
Calling
group.
you Arcastan mages is just me teasing.
I wouldn't
Wait.
blame you for trying to defend yourself, but the war is over, and this kind of attitude is only going to prolong it.
Are you saying they're not Arcastan mages?
Just because you know magic does not mean they're Arcastan.
Keep saying they're not. So
Zara is a
confused.
caster, yet she is not perceived as Arcastan.
Well, she said that you guys were Arcastan, so I believe you guys were Arcastan.
You believe everything Zara says. If she said to jump off a
she
cliff,
probably
you would do it.
Yeah, Isa would definitely jump.
Isa knows best. Or Zara knows best. She'd probably know that it's safe down there, so I'd jump, yeah.
I-
Good to know.
Maybe if I had
I
Featherfall.
keep telling you that's not true.
Oh, I have a ring that does that.
It does what?
The thing he said, the featherfall thing.
Oh, that's really interesting. Can I study it sometime?
That's actually useful.
It's really shiny. Yeah, you can look at it whenever you want. I don't care. She'll take it off and flick it over to him.
Can we learn magic through magical items
You
for our books?
cannot.
Damn it.
I want that back though. It's mine. It's shiny.
Oh
Looks good
yeah,
on
of
me.
course. I would never take anything from you.
Oh, I know. Don't worry, little guy. Hey, if you want to lead the way and find this magic who's it, I'm down. You got to convince the rest of the group.
I can help you possibly if we want to track him down or down them.
Do we really want to risk running into whatever was following them?
I don't know. Yixis and Subir, they've been pretty good to us so far.
Wasn't
They've been listening
Skelly
to our
following them?
stuff a lot, so
Skelly
maybe it's
is
time
a-
to
Skelly
give them a little
is
bone.
Literally a skeleton. I
But-
don't put that much faith in a skeleton.
But Skelly was also Zena's friend.
Yes, Skelly was. Skelly was the
Who
best
is
of
this
us.
Skelly?
He was the
Oh,
best
it's
of
a-
us.
It's
a skeleton that Zara
that I
used
raised.
from the dead.
You can raise the dead.
Yes, I can.
It's really cool. His name's
She gets
Skelly.
up really close, almost like nose to nose with Zara.
We must talk later.
Another connection is immediately made in your mind, Sabira, when you hear about Skelly being a skeleton that was raised, and then that echo stone that you found talking about an animated bone creature that continues to follow them.
Little by little, she's putting together that we've just been that small annoyance in the side of this poor traveler.
Unwittingly.
Yep.
But again, we're the thorn on our own side, so
So where are we going, group? We're gonna go after magic stuff. We're gonna go
Yeah.
after
We can
other
keep-
magic stuff.
The-
We can
that-
keep staying
All
on the
we do these
path.
days.
We can stay on the path because, from what I understand, they are heading south, and we are, in a way, making our way south. So
We're
We
still
we are
going.
correct to stay on the path
west.
we are.
We're going towards the clock tower. Still correct?
Eventually, yes.
I'll pull up my map and be like, we need to head south to the clock tower. If we keep going west, we're gonna hit that abyss void thing you
Well,
were
you
talking
didn't
about.
like that.
No,
Sabira.
I
no,
know, I think
no,
the
but we are
closest
close
thing
to that
obelisk.
obelisk.
Mhm.
Yes.
We are quite
so,
close to that, and that is close enough.
You guys you've already done the roll for the final bit of travel for the day. That's what this camp discovery was. If you continue heading west from here for the remaining hour and a half left in that travel, you will reach the obelisk by nightfall. Or you can change direction right now and go north or south. And I will move the marker appropriately.
Which way is the person?
The person has gone south. The
Okay.
obelisk is to the west, and the K9
Like
has
right
gone
next to
north.
it.
The
Yeah, we're like
vision-
right next to the obelisk.
The vision showed me nothing of a person when I last was able to use them. They only showed the void, that clock tower you mentioned, and the obelisk.
Then, if you believe such things, we are on the right path. And we
Mhm.
continue westward to the obelisk and then head south.
We would be best to finish to the rest of the way to the obelisk with sunlight.
Agreed.
We could, if we are having trouble deciding what direction we need to go. Sabira, you had that snake thing, right?
Eep can help.
We could throw it in the air, and
We're
if
not
it
throwing my
lands
snake.
on its head first. We go west. If it lands tail more first, then we go south.
Please do not.
We're
abuse
You're
not
them.
lawn
flipping-
darting the familiar.
We're not flipping Eep like she's a coin.
No, she's a snake.
but you are treating her like a coin.
That's
Why
how
do
I've
you-
always
why
made
would you
decisions. I just
flip
throw
coins?
animals in the. No, just kidding. Whatever. Yeah. All right. I don't know. I didn't have a coin. I have a snake, or she
A
has one.
long-standing Gnoll tradition of flip the small animal.
Yeah.
Now I'm just thinking of crudes where they just throw the grandma there, call it in the air.
I
Yeah.
think the Gnoll tradition would be throw the small animal in the air, and then whoever catches it in their mouth wins.
There.
Yep.
Head
True.
first or tail first.
Whoever catches it's the leader.
I believe us finishing up the rest of the way would be wise, especially with sunlight still up.
Nixus, you good with that?
Yeah, just if you come across this person, please don't aggravate them. And like, if they attack us, then yeah, sure. But
How about we let you take the lead on that?
Actually, I would like to
oh
take the
dear.
lead. They have
Fine,
intrigued me
you
for quite a
both.
long time. I've been unintentionally following them for a long time.
I don't care. I guess we're going west. Let's go. Xena starts walking and
Xena,
slightly
Xena.
dragging. If
Xena,
Siberia
wait.
doesn't start moving, she's gonna be dragged.
Xena, wait, we're going to do it in the morning.
Oh, sorry.
No, we have an hour left of travel that we can
I know,
still go.
I know, but like she's saying we should wait and do it in the morning. Like we should still stay as far away from the obelisk as possible until we have light.
Oh, I get what you're
Okay.
saying.
Because with this group's luck, there's guaranteed going to be 37 dragons that attack us tonight.
We already have a camp space set up here.
We're
You
so
wanna just set up
close.
camp?
We're so
Xena starts
close.
digging.
Big.
You
Do
wish
you guys-
to
Zara. Okay,
no
dig.
longer go to the obelisk.
No, we will finish going to the obelisk in the morning when
I am okay with this.
we can see
There's only very
what is
little
in front
daylight
of
left.
us.
Do you guys want the hut tonight?
What's the terrain looking like?
It's starting to look more like the desert that you're used to. There are large dunes off to the west. There are some smaller hills and smaller dunes around you right now. There is a little bit of foliage. You can see one dead dagger tree within walking distance. There are some small shrubs, stones. You see the skittering of like lizards and other arachnids and stuff like that.
I don't think we'll need the dome tonight. We can just go with our normal camp preparations.
Okay, if you change your mind, let me know.
So as Xena needs to dig out our den, I'm also going to be making that fire pit again with the chimney that goes up for warming the den.
Are you doing this like just outside of the camp area that you stopped at, or are you converting the camp area that you were having this
Converting.
discussion in?
Yeah, I say we already have it halfway set up. Why not?
Yeah. Yeah, we're just converting.
Okay. Easy enough to do. You guys have all done this enough times that I will no longer have you roll on that particular part of setting up the camp. But if there is anything that you would like to do in addition to, such as hunting and stuff, let me
I would
know.
like to untie my tent from Xena's tail
Okay.
and start setting it up.
Tent big enough for a Sabira and a Yixis.
Xena will not hunt because that involves moving away from Zara.
So
I'm
I
a little
shall
paranoid
hunt.
today.
the whole day of travel and the 2 hours of downtime, aside from when I need to ritualistically cast shaman armor again, I will be using I've been using for the book.
Okay. So, Xerax, you can give me a survival for the hunting, and Yixis, you can give me an intelligence for the book content that you covered for the day.
Was
Yeah.
Sabira helping me at all with that?
Actually, Subira is gonna give you full control of the book for a while, and she's gonna start reading her shiny new book. Hey, I got a new shiny. All right, I'm using it.
The answer to the question is 12 on survival.
12 on survival. Okay. And do you have any abilities that guarantee any kind of success for hunting? I think Iza was the one that did initially.
The Outlander background feat.
Mhm.
Okay, cat, down. There. Yes. Not guarantee, but there is that. The favorite terrain.
Oh, so we don't even leave tracks. Damn.
Okay.
Everyone forgets there's a ranger around, including the ranger.
You know what? It
They
works.
get a lot of weird abilities, honestly, where it's like, oh, I can do a thing.
That's like what I'm glad that they replaced the favorite enemy, because the only thing is just like, oh, you just happen to know some knowledge about them. It's like, really? I don't get advantage against them or anything? What the hell?
No advantage.
It's
No.
stupid.
Bonus damage. In
It was so stupid.
Pathfinder 1, you got bonus damage on them.
So I'm glad they have that alternate ability now where it's like, you just pick that enemy, that's your favorite enemy, you get extra bonus. And I'm like, oh, cool.
Xerax, you go out and you do a bit of hunting. There isn't really any large game that you're able to come across, and most of the other creatures are like smaller than the palm of your hand. You're quite disappointed. But on your way back to the camp, you spot a large collection of twigs and branches that seem to be amassed in a strange way. And you make your way over to it, and when you approach it, you see that it is a nest, quite a large nest. And within it are 3 large eggs that you easily identify with your background as ostrich eggs.
Ooh.
Now we're gonna eat Callie's.
Ooh, that's a good haul.
We are taking the eggs.
Ostrich eggs, you say?
I do.
You are not raising them as mounts.
Aww.
No, not what I was going after.
Nope.
Can you imagine a gnoll on top of an
An
ostrich?
ostrich. Poor ostrich is just
That
like,
poor ostrich.
I mean, there are huge ostriches. They're kind of
I-
freaky.
I got where Shaw Fox was going though.
So are these normal sized ostrich eggs or are they huge ostrich eggs?
They're normal sized ostrich eggs, which, I mean, are still massive eggs.
Yes.
Like
Yeah, but
one
they're
ostrich egg is enough to feed a family.
They're
I very much want to make an omelet out of a single ostrich egg.
Would be a huge omelet. I think one ostrich egg is equal to like 14 chicken eggs or something like that.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I used to make 6 egg omelets just as a breakfast for myself.
Now he's
We have a
roughly the size
restaurant
of
nearby
a
that you can get
barn.
omelets, and your 2 size options are 6 eggs or 12 eggs.
So, you all see Xerax come back with an armful of large eggs. So, you will be having dinner tonight, which is probably a relief to most, if not all of you. What was
Bacon omelets.
the intelligence roll that you did, Ixis?
19.
19. And were you continuing to focus on the same part of the book as last time, or were you starting somewhere new?
Refresh my memory. What was the one on last time?
Last time you
Enchanting process that involves
you
souls.
discovered some hints at an enchanting process that used souls, and there was some mention about creating enchanted equipment, and that was tied to the souls somehow. It wasn't fully translated, but you understood the context of what that section of the book was about.
But if I also remember correctly, part of that was that there were 3 pages that were torn out.
Yes, there was 3
and it
pages
felt
torn out.
like the most interesting part of the instructions were probably on those 3 pages, right?
Yes, or at the very least, those 3 pages contained the context for the rest of that section of the book.
Mhm.
You picked up on what it was about, but those pages were essentially the key that ties it all together.
Mm. Do I feel like with the full, what we're talking about, 10 hours now, right?
About that, yeah.
Yeah.
You
Would I feel like that would be finished by that time, or?
Yeah, you probably finished the translation of that section, or at least what you have of that section, within 4 hours, the first 4 hours of the day, if you focused on it.
Okay.
And
Yeah, then I would do that and move on to another section once that was done.
okay, so give me a percentile roll for the end of that first 4-hour block.
Oh, no, you're supposed to go in the box. Okay, 89.
89, okay. So you spend the majority of the first part of the day studying that section of the book, and when you feel like you've translated everything that you could and gotten the context of all that you could, you notice imprints on the page in the book that followed the last torn out page.
Oh,
And
like
those
leftover
imprints-
writing?
Exactly. So putting enough pressure on the pen to leave an imprint on the page behind it.
Oh, okay.
So-
So what I'll do is I'll take some. I'm sure a campfire has been set up by now, so I'll take some charcoal that's off to the side and not ready to burn its way through my skin, and I'll smudge my a pad on my paw with it, and very lightly drag it across the
Okay.
surface of the page so that those hopefully stand out more.
Give me a dexterity roll for that. Or sleight of hand if you have a high modifier on that.
No, it's
Are
the
you-
same.
Are you next to Subira when you're doing that?
Probably.
Okay.
I mean, we're all in camp together, right? So.
Mhm.
Yep.
So, are you doing something, or am I just rolling?
Well, she was just gonna, she sees what you're doing, and then after she puts 2 and 2 together, she's gonna pull out her pieces of charcoal, be like, would you like to use this instead?
Oh yeah, that might work better. And he'll wipe his paw, and then take the charcoal, and then go, "Oh, now I need to wipe it again."
Okay.
But-
So having that assistance will lower the DC for this.
Okay, so that's going to be a 14.
14? Okay. With your gentle touch and the charcoal, you rub down that page lightly enough that the indentations from the traveling of the pen across them are prominent enough that you feel like you would be able to replicate the writing that was on that page.
Okay, so you said this is at the end of the first 4 hours. I realized this about this page, so I would have
Yes.
saved that till camp. knowing what I would have wanted to do to try to distinguish it. So then about 4 hours of it was spent on another section.
Yes.
Okay.
So the next session that you come across, you see. You can easily identify the sections in this book because the author of it seems to have left a blank page between subjects, essentially.
That makes it easy.
And you come across one subject that starts with a bunch of drawings in it, and that drawings of shapes and formations of geometric angles, and that catches your attention. Perhaps it's related to the arcane in some way. And so you take some time to study that section of the book, and you end up finding out that those shapes drawn in the front part of that section are unfortunately not arcane, but rather they relate to a crest of some kind, like a family crest almost, but less of like a bloodline and more of like an order of knights almost, though there's no actual mention of knights. And this section of the book is difficult to translate because a lot of the words in it are names, and they're names that haven't been used in well over 1,000 years. So it takes you some time to discover that they are names and not words. And so you spend the time to translate as much of that as you want, and it is more of a history section of the book. And I will send you over the next, sometime over the next couple days, what that section contains. It relates to the history of not just the Colosseum area of the desert, but also the ruling class of the civilization that built the Colosseum.
Okay,
Oh, that's
so
cool.
this is actually a bit more in-depth history about the desert itself.
Yes, and what you can gather from the way that it is written is that the author of this book was part of a prominent family that was within the high-ranking socials of this civilization. But something happened, and they were demoted, essentially, to running the day-to-day of the Colosseum, and they are quite unhappy about it.
Okay. Yeah, so that'll be the last 4 hours of the travel. And then once we get to the camp and I do that page rub, I'd like to spend the rest of the downtime on that page.
Okay, yep. You can absolutely do that. Give me an intelligence roll on that as well. Well, no, give me a dexterity roll on that. See how faithful your recreation is of the writing.
Okay, so that's going to be a 17.
17? Okay. You waste a few pages right off the bat trying to recreate it, where your hand is just not quite giving you the dexterity that you're looking for, but you start to get into a bit of a rhythm, and you have faithfully recreated like the first paragraph or so of that writing, and
Okay.
you feel within the next day or two you could probably have that page fully rewritten.
All right, cool. Got some nice history there.
Lore.
That's cool.
How are you guys cooking up your dinner?
Omelets.
It's a great question for Xena.
Yeah, I'm letting Xena handle that.
Yep.
I would like eggs
Mushroom
Benedict, please.
Do you
Getting a mushroom omelet.
do you need mushrooms?
Yep.
Good. Okay. Cast good berry.
Goodberry mushroom omelet.
Yes.
Like a bird in a
Sizzling.
basket,
She's like
please.
doing a little dance. She's feeling a little bit better today. Just trying to like. She's excited about like adventuring forward. Feels like a fight's coming up soon. So she's doing a little bit of like a cooking salsa dance.
Save one of those eggs for like a Rocky montage where he just breaks it into the glass and drinks it.
Yep.
Oh,
That would be a lot.
Oh,
ew.
A big
so
gulp.
slimy.
No, she likes to cook her stuff.
Okay, so give me a roll on that. See if you get any effects from this cooking. What skill were we using for the cooking rolls previously?
Often it was performance.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it was
Which
performance with the proficiency plus the +2 from the cookware, right?
yeah, would I add my proficiency with it?
Yeah, because you're proficient
Okay.
with cooking utensils, right?
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I imagine she is. She's been in her background, but it's not like D&D Beyond has like proficient in cooking stuff.
Yeah.
But so that would be. So I don't know. That's your call if we add that or not. I can't remember if we've done that before.
Yeah, I would say add it.
Okay. So 14 on the die plus 4 for her performance is 18 plus 3 bonus. 19, 20, 21 plus the 2, 22, 23.
23. That is very high.
Yeah, she has a plus 4 to her performance, and then plus 3 proficiency, then the plus 2, and I rolled a 14. I think I did the math right. Math. Xena and I have that in common.
So everyone, excluding Isa, everyone, as you eat this meal, it is amazing.
Delicious.
Like you've had eggs before, chicken eggs, ostrich eggs, lizard eggs. You know what eggs taste like, but this is like 10 steps above and beyond any egg that you've had before. The addition of those good mushrooms, it's just, oh, it's heavenly. It's so good, in fact, that if any of you drop to 0 HP within the next 24 hours, you will automatically be stabilized.
Sweet.
Isa, when you put some of this amazing fluffy egg in your mouth, it immediately turns to ash.
Like her choking on the ash. She probably put a giant piece in her mouth.
Isa, are you okay? It's
Makes
not,
me sad.
you not an egg fan?
Ash, the fire got my food.
Oh, weird.
Gotta take another bite.
Turns to ash.
Yeah, it just all tastes like ash.
Does it? It doesn't taste like ash to me. The rest of you? Thought it was pretty good, actually.
Tasted
Maybe it's
perfectly
just my
fine to
plate.
me.
Yixis just looks up, his snout's in his plate, and there's nothing left in the plate but plenty left on his snout.
Actually
I'm gonna
quite
take
superb.
I'm gonna take a bite of Isa's. What does it taste like?
It tastes heavenly.
I don't get it. It's not ash. It tastes normal.
Put another bite in my mouth, and when it turns to ash, I'm just gonna
Turns
open
to
my
ash.
mouth.
And
But,
you see ash in her mouth.
All right, which of you magic people is playing a joke?
Let me take a look at
You?
her.
I would never do that. That's just cruel.
Yeah, it's messed up. These eggs are good.
when you said she was about to spit it out, but you said you let me take a look, so she left her mouth just sitting there hanging open.
Nah.
Yeah, after witnessing that, can I do like an Arcana check? See what the heck's going on?
Sure.
Do I still feel like hungry, like I didn't eat?
Oh yeah, you're starving.
Oh,
21.
no.
21.
Mhm.
It's possible that this is a magic effect of some kind. Without knowing when it occurred or what the possible source was. I mean, you really don't have anything definitive, but it's certainly within the realm of a spell or a curse or some sort of affliction. Even magical diseases and such could be possible.
So she's gonna like grab her jaw and just like examine it a little closer. And then after kind of determining that, she's gonna kind of keep the jaw open but poke her head up so she is an eye line of her.
Were you cursed?
Oh.
Because I think you were cursed.
He was brought back from the dead.
But this was new. That was a while ago.
Was
How
it
was
those
she
damn
brought back?
harpies?
I mean,
thing?
Nanaru was pretty pissed at me.
Was
So
it that bitch with the wings?
How was she brought back from the dead?
My mother brought her back.
Zara brought me back.
It involves mushrooms as well.
So it was your deity and not a spell.
Oh no, it was not my deity. It's my mother. I do not worship my mother.
Who is your mother?
Here we go.
She hasn't been around every time she's explained who her mother is. So
That was the
No.
most appropriate reaction
Yeah,
I
she's
can
like,
imagine.
Oh, here we go again with this story.
God.
My mother is Zuck Boy.
Considering who she is, I probably have heard of her, right?
It's likely. You can give me a religion check.
And I'm gonna start looking for other food
Oh,
to see
proficient.
if I can eat anything. My bag, I think, is empty.
Not
so.
very well, apparently. That is 12.
12, that's enough. The DC was low because of your background. You know her to be the Lady of Rot and Decay. She is a demon lord that tends to infect other creatures with her spores, turning them into servants of some kind or another. She... How do I want to word this? She doesn't have a lot of followers on the material plane, but her presence is always just kind of accepted. Wherever there is rot, decay, fungi, mushrooms, anything of that sort, it's just widely accepted that Zugtmoy is involved in some manner or another, and she is not a good demon lord by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, I can't judge. Look at mine.
Well, yeah, I mean, she's a demon lord doing what demon lords do.
Just doing that demon thing.
Yep.
It ain't no thing until it's a demon thing.
If
Yeah.
your mother brought her back, perhaps maybe it's not so much a curse, but servitude. She owes her, quite literally, her life to your mother for saving hers, and perhaps she is slowly turning? I'm not sure. I'm not too terribly familiar with this demon lord compared to others, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. She could be turning or converting.
How are
Not sure.
How are the mushrooms looking on her shoulder?
They are beginning to wither.
I'm gonna go over to I'm gonna walk over to Isa. I'm gonna begin to inspect the mushrooms.
Okay.
See if they can't give me any inclination as to what's going on with her.
Looking a bit closer at them, you can see that at the base of their stems, they are beginning to ooze a little bit. It is like a semi-translucent, kind of pale light brown with greenish tinge to it, ooze. And it's not really noticeable unless you look closely or if you manipulate the mushrooms in any way. And you know that this is not normal. They should be healthy and full of life, but something is happening to them and happening to the person that they are on.
And it's only at the base that it's oozing out?
Currently, it is only at the base, yes.
What do like the tops of the mushrooms look like?
The tops of the mushrooms look slightly dehydrated. Instead of having that like taut mushroom flesh, they're a little shriveled and a little wrinkly, and they're very soft to the touch.
Is this sticking out of like her shoulder or just her armor?
It's out of her shoulder where she was badly wounded at the time of resurrection.
Would I necessarily know what causes this for the mushrooms?
You can give me a nature or religion roll.
Let's see. We are going to go with nature. And I will use my inspiration that I have.
Okay.
That is going to be a 14.
14? Okay. You've never seen or heard of this happening on mushrooms that are growing from a person, but having spent so much time dealing with mushrooms and fungi, you have seen similar things happen to mushrooms that you yourself have been growing just out of soil or dead trees and the like. Usually it happens when the source of nutrition for the mushroom, whatever it's growing out of, is rotting or is toxic in some manner.
And I relay this to Isa.
Are you saying I'm rotting?
Or you have some sort of toxicity in you.
I mean,
Aren't your teeth now poisoned, as you said?
teeth and claws.
That's not normal.
That happened after she brought me back, like forever ago. I also get
But was that
the mushrooms.
was that something my mother gave you?
I assume so. It happened right after you brought me back.
I want to grab her jaw again and pull the tops and bottoms back far enough to see the gums.
I imagine it's more like a dog where you like yanking up on the things and the
Yeah,
teeth
pretty
are
much.
closed.
Just like, let me see them breeding canines.
Okay. And while you're looking, she's gonna reach out and cast lesser restoration on her. See if that
And
does
can I do a
anything.
religion check to see if I would know anything about? Because I have a feeling this has something to do with not playing her game the way she wants it played. But that's player knowledge, not character knowledge. So.
Yeah, you can give me a religion check. Subira, you can give me a medicine check. And Zara, your restoration goes off. And Isa, you feel the effects of restoration. Slightly less exhausted than before, but that's the normal feeling that comes with a lesser restoration, whether you were inflicted with something or not. You don't feel any inflictions or conditions have been altered or removed in any way.
Got a 14 on religion.
Okay. With a 14, without really having first-hand experience seeing or witnessing exactly what Isa did during the resurrection, it's really difficult to tell how that plays into all of this and how the tug of war between demon lords may or may not be coming into play here, but
That's fair.
it's not an unrealistic assumption to say that maybe that has something to do with this. I mean, demon lords are like supremely powerful beings, and they are quite greedy and easily insulted. So messing with their children or their followers in some way is likely to gain the ire of the lords themselves.
So I wouldn't know for sure, but I would be safe to say something along the lines of maybe she's mad at you.
Yeah, you'd be comfortable with the assumption.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe you're cursed or something. Maybe you made her mad.
She has no reason to be mad and doing exactly what she said.
Maybe it's because we
Is
haven't gotten
she?
a fight in a couple days, so I haven't gotten enough poison out of my system. Whatever's supplying the teeth and claws. Maybe I should just go.
I mean,
Or-
if you need a
Something.
fight, I
or
mean,
it's his work.
He
I rolled a nat
was-
20, by the way,
He
for 25.
was
he
Her,
quite
her
pissed.
gums, teeth, and mouth look healthy.
he was indeed upset.
Well, she told Zara the whole story of what happened in that dream, so she knows exactly what happened.
Well, you seem healthy otherwise. So that's why I'm guessing it is a slow and potentially agonizing transformation.
Maybe we try to reach out tonight.
You can do that?
Well,
Oh, please be careful.
you are technically under my guard and I guess tutelage, as she said you would follow me. So, on my end, I would like to know why one of my followers is rotting. And if this is her plan or if it's something we can possibly stop.
I think you should talk to your mother.
Maybe it's just the next form of your beautiful evolution. What's that?
I'm so hungry though.
I give her a good berry.
I'll try to eat the good berry.
Earns
Good
to
mushroom.
ash.
have you tried drinking anything? Can
What
you
if you
drink
swallow?
water?
What if you just swallow it whole instead of chewing?
Like a duck.
Okay. Give me a Constitution save.
Like myself.
Oh,
Constitution. I mean, I'm good at those. Yeah, it's a 30-20.
Okay, that's good. You aren't going to choke to death as your body begins to force you to cough and you spit and spatter out ash into the air.
oh,
This is not good. And you feel hungry?
Yeah,
With
we don't
me.
have any.
With me now.
I'm following.
What about water?
We don't have any
Yeah.
water.
I have water.
I have water. I had a really twisted idea.
Go
What
on.
would happen if I were to cast plant growth on her mushrooms? I'm not going to do that because just the thinking
I'm
of
all
it,
for
it's
the
gonna,
twisted.
just
I certainly won't stop you.
all of a sudden I'm just thinking of a giant Gnoll swamp thing.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh my.
Look, Eva follows you without questions, so she might do it.
So she's going to walk her near the fire. And then just have her have like the both of them kind of sit across from one another, like holding one another's hands. I've only done this once. We're resurrecting you. It may take some time. All night, maybe.
Alright.
Clear your head and think only of her. Maybe with two of her children calling her, will be more likely to respond.
Okay. I will attempt to do as she is saying.
I mean, come on, she's got to be happy with the progress we're making. We sent her a couple zombies as well.
Okay, so the rest of you see the two of them sit down near the campfire and attempt to enter this trance-like state. And the moment the two of you push your minds into that space, I need you both to make intelligence saving throws for me.
Yes, because I'm full of intelligence.
Oh my. That's a 13. This one's at least not negative.
That's a 4.
13 and a
Mm.
4.
Who
Okay.
wants to play an intelligent Gnoll?
So
What's the fun in that?
as soon
Whoa.
as you each kind of close your eyes and reach out, your mind is filled with the sound of screams, torturous, pained screams. You see images of grotesque scenes of humanoids and monsters, gnolls, aberrations, all sorts of things being torn asunder, limb from limb, ripped apart. And these images are almost burned into your mind. You try to open your eyes and pull away from them, but you can't. Something is holding you there. Something is forcing you to see these images and hear these pained screams. And it feels like you're stuck in this state for hours before finally you are released and your eyes open up. For the rest of you, it was only a couple of seconds. But for the two of you, it was far, far too long, and you are each going to take 26 psychic damage.
Oof. Take a bit of blood is probably coming out of the nose.
Yeah, bleeding noses, bloodshot eyes, perhaps a bit of blood dribbling out of your mouths as well. That taste of iron in the back of your throats. It was
Better
not
than the
a
ash.
pleasant experience by any means. I mean, you're not entirely foreign to seeing creatures being torn apart. You're gnolls, after all. But this was not for the hunt. This was not for the glory or for the food. This was for the joy of pain.
Go look at Zara and whimper a little.
You sit this one out. Get some rest. He is
Look,
not
it's-
going to push me away.
I'm gonna start curl up right next to Zara.
Now, can I use any of my like curative spells to cure wounds or anything like that for this, or is this something that was pretty much just somebody punched my brain?
Your brain has been used as a speed bag.
Okay. I wanted to know before I tried to, get any HP back, but being the stubborn sort that she is, she's going to take a couple moments to calm herself and drop right back into it, refusing to just let that be an answer.
Okay. Roll a percentile for me.
Sure. 44.
44. Okay. You try to drop back into this trance-like state to reach out to your mother or to the source of these images and these sounds that you witnessed, and you feel, hear, and see nothing. For the longest time, there's just nothing. It's darkness, blackness. So you think, well, perhaps you just need to recenter yourself. So you kind of shift in spot and take a deep breath and open your eyes to readjust yourself to your surroundings. But when you open your eyes, there is still Nothing. Darkness, blackness, no sound, no light. Your eyes and ears are open, but there's nothing around you. You are perfectly alone in emptiness. The rest of you see Zara sitting there. She hasn't moved. She hasn't gone away anywhere. Her breathing is steady and normal. But Zara, you now feel trapped in this black void of nothing. Trying to shake yourself out of it, and you can't. I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, at least that's good. Natural 20 for 24.
Natural 20 for 24, okay.
I'm sorry, natural 20 for 27 because it's a saving throw.
7. Okay, so you're going to take half of this damage. Half of 17 is 8. You're going to take 8 psychic damage.
All right.
But you don't come out of that state. You seem to be stuck.
Can I call out at all? Or am I silenced as well?
You can call out, and as you do, your voice echoes throughout the area as though it's bouncing off of the walls in a big empty room. But all you hear is the echoes of your voice until it eventually fades. That is where you are going to be stuck for the time being. Is anyone else doing anything in the meantime while it looks like Zara is just meditating?
I'm gonna be reading the book, pretty much.
Okay.
And what happened in the last meditation, Iza's just kind of curl up, like, so she's brushed up against Zara's leg with her back, and she's gonna lay there and wait for her to snap out of her meditation.
She feels cold.
I think as soon as I notice that, I'm more pop my head back up and be like, Spear, Vera, what? Why is she cold?
Yes.
Why is she cold? We're right next to the fire. Why is she cold?
Well, for one, I think she's meditating with her mother, and considering how her mother is a demon, many things could be happening during her trance. But I can take a look if you'd like.
Yes.
All right.
I'll go
I'm
ahead and
pulling
I'll
it.
check her health.
Give me a medicine check.
Oh, that's not very high. It's an 11.
11. Aside from being slightly colder than normal, everything seems fine with her. You can see her eyes moving behind her eyelids like you do when you're having a dream or something. Her breathing seems steady and normal. Nothing seems off.
She seems fine. Like I said, she's meditating. Things happen. She's breathing.
Or take out my large hide that I have and like lay it across her, partly across her lap, and rest away from the fire, so it doesn't get burnt up, but so that she's covered with fur. And then I'm
Okay.
laying back down, back up against her, trying to provide body heat.
Okay. What about Xerax and Xena? I think Yixis, you're probably doing the charcoal stuff with the book right now.
Mm-hmm.
So you were going to do that when you got to the camp. So what
Just
about the
gonna
other two?
Clean up and prepare for bed and take a watch at some point.
Okay.
How much time has passed since meditation started?
Since this particular meditation has started, maybe like 5 minutes.
If it starts pushing like 30 minutes, can you let me know?
Soul Bear RPG, thank you for that. Thank you for that raid.
Is Xerax doing anything, or is he just going to be muted?
Yes.
Forever muted.
I mean, I do not commune with spirits, deities, or anything otherwise in that department. So, you know what I am going to do though? Since since Isa's still looking a little rough, I'm going to heal her at least. And as the only other healer, I probably should be keeping an eye on Zara.
Fine, don't
Nah,
worry.
she's fine.
Yeah, that's kind of 50-50, isn't it?
Like, either way, Isa. That is embarrassing. You get 6 points.
Hey, that's better than nothing.
And yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on Zara. Basically making sure she just isn't dead and sitting there and
That's fair.
slowly turning into a decayed corpse while she's sitting.
A justified worry, I think. You can also give me another history check if you want. See if you can remember what was just on the tip of your tongue earlier in the day.
Sure. Is that with advantage or without?
I don't remember.
I think it was with advantage.
I think it was
horribly
too
low.
because of your particular history.
Okay, that's better. That's 13.
13. You almost got it. You're so close. You know you're so close. It's right there. But it's
Yep.
just not.
Gonna
coming
wake
to
up in the middle of the night screaming about the thing I remember. Wake
Yep.
everybody up.
you. You sure are.
Well, everybody but one.
Yeah.
You know what? If it wakes Zara
I'll
up,
watch
that's
you
fine.
scream.
So as everyone begins to get a little more comfortable as the night presses onwards and you all begin to think about starting to go to sleep, Isa, it has now been over a half hour.
Sorry. Zena, you got your looking glass. Is your looking glass active?
Yeah,
Can you use it?
I don't know. Want me to
Try.
try? Okay. What do you do again? Do I just look at?
You look at her and you.
Okay, I'm gonna do the thing.
And her vacuum, I do believe, recharged when I smacked her with that nat 20 on with my shield.
Yep. It did recharge, and as you, I assume you're using the charge to try and end all effects on Zara.
Well,
Zara. No, she's pointing towards Zara. Use it on
Oh.
Zara.
You don't want me to do it to you?
No,
You're the
no,
one that
she-
can't
she-
eat.
There's nothing there.
What's wrong with Zara?
She's in the last time we were in there, it was really bad, and just help her. Use it on
She's
Zara.
just sitting there.
Use
What's
it
wrong?
on Zara.
Why?
She needs help.
She was
It's-
just sitting
she
there.
got- she- no,
But
she's-
she does that all the time. She's gonna get mad if we wake her up.
She's not. You can blame me.
All right. I'll do the thing on Zara.
Okay. So you hold up your looking glass and you expend the charge within to negate all active effects that are inflicting Zara. And you feel as though you have succeeded in your goal here. Any
Nailed
effect
it.
that was active on Zara has come to an end. She is still in her trance, however.
Told
Is
she
she
wants
still
food.
as cold as death?
It's less as cold as death and more just cold enough to notice that it's not a normal body temperature.
Okay.
That didn't do it. I mean,
I
it did
tried-
it, but it didn't do it. I mean, she's still like sitting there.
If I attempt to move Zara, can I move her?
Yeah, you certainly can. Also, Xena, when you were pointing that looking glass at Zara,
Mm-hmm.
you did notice that she was giving off a bit of a glow,
Oh, this makes her
in-
look all glowy.
indicating that she is mechanically low on health.
Oh, she's low on
I can fix
healing
that.
stuff. She needs healing stuff.
Backup healer, go.
That dice is gone now.
When you have two other magic users that can't cast healing.
It's
Take a
an
level in
off-healing
bard,
spec?
Jeez.
It's an
When
off-healing
your
spec?
primary healer is the one doing the stupid stuff.
I can help when you're
Okay,
dying.
So the first one's going to be 10
Okay.
for
Your
health back.
healing spell goes off. Zara, you recover no HP.
Yeah, I kind of figured. Brain getting speed bagged.
Womp womp.
Can I do a medicine check to determine if that happened?
Sure.
Or do
yeah.
I know for sure?
You're part healer. You can try and make that determination.
Okay. Medicine check will be 20. Dirty 20.
20? Okay. Yeah, you know your spell went off as it should, but she doesn't appear to have recovered in any way from that.
Poke her a couple times.
You want me to try to wake her up?
No, don't do anything that might.
Your mom
I don't
sucks.
think there's anything we can do for her.
Okay.
I'm more lay Zara
there's
down.
no even proof that it's her mom that's doing it.
Isa, you're panicking.
Yeah.
There's nothing we can do.
Just gonna make sure she's for it. I'm gonna lay her down and I'm gonna burrito her in the fur.
I told you she was breathing. She's fine as long as she's breathing.
Yeah, just, she will probably be fine in the morning. It could be weird druid shit. Who knows?
If you would like, I can watch
Wow.
her all night.
She's getting swaddled with the blanket.
Maybe this is normal. Maybe she has like a hibernation cycle. I heard about that. So,
Have you ever seen her do that?
Where
a
have you
hibernation?
heard that?
There's this big old guy, big Gnoll, and he'd eat a lot sometimes and then pass out for like 3 days. And this other Gnoll used to joke and say like that he was in his hibernation cycle. So I asked what that was, and he said it was a thing that big fat animals did. And I laughed. It was funny. Good times.
I question your schooling, if any.
So anyway, maybe, not saying Zara's fat, she's not, but maybe she just needs to sleep. Maybe it's like a thing for druids. Recharge that magic shit.
Well,
Communing with something.
I mean, I plan on reading all night, but I can certainly keep an eye on her at the same time
Cool.
if you're all that worried.
Yeah, that'd be great. I guess I'll get some sleep. Then,
I'll take first watch. That way I can concentrate on Zara and the book the rest of the night.
Wait
And I'll
for a
sit
second.
directly across the fire so I have so I'm closer and I have a nice line of sight to Zara.
I'm still gonna proceed to put Zara in the burrito, and then I'm laying down next to her.
What?
Okay.
Is this just in case I die? You've got me rolled up like in a rug, like mafia style. So you just drop me in the nearest hole.
We just did the ditch
There
and
is
roll
a-
you in.
Pretty big
Look.
crevice nearby. You could just
Right?
whoops.
Look, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Don't worry about it.
yeah, don't worry about it.
All even knows is that you're cold.
Don't
Cold
worry
people need
about it.
blankets, so wrap you up in the blanket.
It's okay. I'll just bring you back and just ask you how you died and then toss
It's-
your skull.
We call it the cannoli special. Don't worry about it.
As
dear.
somebody who
What's in the special? Don't worry about it.
as somebody who has to sleep with their feet outside of the blanket or they get too hot, the idea of burritoing up just bothers me so much.
Just be glad
up,
you've
Zara.
never seen Zorro tuck herself into bed.
Shut
Yeah.
up.
Oh no,
We're not talking
No.
about that.
Cassie just steals all the blankets, so
Cocooned.
Yeah, total
Yes,
cocoon.
cocoons are the best.
And she takes all the covers.
Whoa, we got a king size on our queen size bed. We got a king size comforter. Guess what?
And
Plenty
you
of blanket for all
still-
now, bitches.
and no, you still
There we
take
go.
blanket off of me.
And I am a blanket thief's worst nightmare. You try and steal my blanket, and I roll on top of it. Like, nope, this is mine.
I don't know. She'd find a way. Anyway, we're getting off topic.
Yeah.
My
Don't make
second-
it fun of
second
me. You're
watch-
ganging up on me.
Not at all.
So it sounds like Sabira is taking first watch, Iza's taking second, Xena's taking third. Who is taking fourth?
not me.
That's very true. I will.
I
take
can.
fourth. I will take it.
Okay.
I got excited for a moment. One of these days, Xerax.
Like Therian
Beyond
saying,
watching
"Ooh, you know, I think I'm gonna look at the deck."
No.
Lead.
No, you're not.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so everyone eventually falls asleep. And Iza, as soon as you fall asleep, you see a pair of red eyes in the darkness. They are filling your vision. There's nothing else that accompanies them. It's just red, glowing eyes in the darkness. This is something that you have seen and felt before. Perhaps your first instinct may be to say something, as you have in the past. And as you go to do that, you realize that the flesh around your mouth has fused together. You can't even open your mouth at this point. And you hear a voice.
Okay, good. My next instinct was to make him see me handgun chips.
This voice calls out to you. Lost your toy shield, did you? Oh, such anger you had when it broke. Tell me, did you think of him every time you wielded that shield? Poor Iza. Failed to live up to Master Tyrus's standards. And now he's dead. But it's for the best, isn't it? You don't want him to see what a mess you've become, do you? How you've become infected with that fungal filth. You do understand that Zogtmoy hasn't claimed you, right? If it were so easy to take away the souls of my children, I wouldn't be the great conqueror that I am. No. I have allowed her spores to infect you, at the behest of your dear friend Zara. For my own amusement, of course. And so she may watch you rot from the inside out. What fun it will be when she realizes your demise was her doing. And that's where we are going to end today.
Good.
I would
Thank
like
you.
to kill that bastard for bringing up Tyrus like that.
Thank you,
Yes.
everybody.
I would like to say, brave of you to assume I have emotions towards anyone.
Maybe you assume Tyrus cared.
Why do you gotta bring Tyrus into this? Fuck.
Believe
man.
me, it breaks my heart to do it.
Man, a lot of Knolls have some Tyrus trauma going on.
But, I mean, Demon Lord's gonna Demon Lord, right?
But that's just depressing.
Well, Ethan's response to his taunts is not going to be what he wants.
Or is it?
Maybe.
Has that been like our
is,
only true character death so far in all the shows?
No. There's Groudon's first character, Genesis, was permanently
right.
killed.
That's right.
Yeah.
Aside from that, I don't think anybody else has permanently lost a character. We've had a lot of deaths.
I think Tyrus is our longest running character death.
Yeah, Genesis died episode 4.
I am not surprised.
Death by
Why,
Manticores.
why does Groudon have characters that get killed so soon?
Because he sees a shiny in the bottom of a well of literal acid that we identified before all of it happened, and then he jumps in anyway.
And then season
that's not
2
what killed him. That's
Not what killed him either.
No.
That's just what maimed him.
Season 2 or season 1, his first character was destroyed by a pack of Manticore.
Yep.
Yeah, and then his
They
Tickles
come in packs?
died
Oh, yeah.
from a freaking like ogre or something. I can't remember. Died in
No.
well, I mean we brought her back, but she died episode what, 2 or 3?
Episode 2, no, it wasn't an ogre. It was what's her face.
Oh, that's right, it was Scarlet.
Scarlet killed her.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why they
Yeah.
had. That's why they had the one-on-one that led into the mass insanguination,
Yep.
Poor life choices.
which can be
But yeah,
explained in most of our
that,
games.
that is going to do it for us today. Raven, I apologize for bringing Tyrus back into it, but
That's fine.
you got to do what you got to do.
I'm all for character trauma. Come on.
This,
Yeah, look at Tyrus's life story.
most certainly is not the only trauma-inducing show that we have on this channel. We have several series of trauma throughout the week. Every Monday, we have No Way Out starting at 7:30 p.m. Pacific. Every Tuesday, that's tomorrow for those that are inept at calendars like myself, we have Into the Wildlands, which also starts at 7:30 p.m. Pacific. Then on alternating Saturdays, we have our Pathfinder 2 show running. Extinction Curse is the name of that. I finally got it right. And that starts at 12 p.m. Pacific. And that is going to be the show that is running this weekend. Then on the other Saturdays, we have Withered Wastes, which starts at 11:30 a.m. Pacific. So do tune in to all of those shows. If you miss any of the episodes that we have on this channel, we do also have a YouTube channel, which well, I say we, but it's 100% Zorro. Uploads all of those shows to that channel relatively soon after they air here on Twitch.
Try to get them up ASAP.
Yeah, you can catch all of those there. We are also talking about spinning up a once a month show that deals entirely with the lore of the world that so many of our campaigns take place in. Do keep an eye out on our social media channels and Discord for more information on that when it becomes available. So thank you for
I'm
tuning
excited
in.
for that.
Thank you for the amazing donations to Extra Life today. We do greatly appreciate it and hope to see you tomorrow.